Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
He heats the silver blade of his pocket knife with the Zippo lighter he'd stolen from the gas station earlier that evening. The blade begins to blacken as the temperature of the steel begins to rise. Once the blade is fully blackened, he puts a hand towel in his mouth and bites down on it to brace himself for the pain. He then presses the blade firmly against the skin of his left forearm. Bobby knew this would hurt more than simply slicing his wrist with the knife, but it was too dull to break the skin, and he didn't feel like searching for another one amongst the unpacked boxes in his new house. Besides, a burn would take longer to heal, meaning he'd have the wound to pick at longer to satisfy his weird craving for blood. Through his own research, meaning a quick Google search while he got bored in the bathroom once, he learned that his habit was called hemophagia, or simply autovampirism, which was apparently a mental disorder. Some websites said it was linked to childhood trauma or done for some type of sexual gratification. He knew his reason was probably the former of the two. His childhood was filled with nothing but trauma, and he didn't get any sexual gratification from it. He didn't know the real reason. He'd done it as long as he could remember, or cared to remember. His body was covered in scars from his bloodletting. Truth be told, he just really liked the flavor of it. The flavor would even change depending on his diet for the week. His blood would be sweeter if he drank only Pepsi and ate sugary foods. If he drank some right after having coffee, he would swear that it gave him more energy than simply drinking the coffee did. Same for energy drinks. If he drank alcohol, well, let's just say his favorite alcoholic drink was his blood after having a handle or two of whiskey. When he first started, it was only a few drops here and there, maybe even a few licks when he accidentally scratched himself, and he'd just pick at the scab until it was fully healed or scarred. He didn't remember when he resorted to self-inflicted injuries, probably about the same time as when he started to grow up and get hurt less frequently, both physically and mentally. He just started to ponder his childhood trauma when he was interrupted by his girlfriend's voice. "What the fuck are you doing, Bobby? That one's going to get infected. I thought we were working on this," Sam shouted, her voice sounding more concerned than angry. "I'm sorry, babe. It's just with the move and all, I've been stressed. And you know the taste of the blood helps comfort me." He was lying, but she didn't know that. He had her convinced it was some type of a nervous habit he did when he was stressed out. "It's okay. I'll fetch my go bag and patch you up, but then I have to get ready for work. Are you going to be okay, unpacking alone while I'm gone?" "Oh, babe, do I have to? I just want to relax a little. It's been a long couple of days." "At least unpack your laptop and get back to work on your stories. I can't wait to read the next one." Her overexcitement for a story he had yet to write was encouraging. He couldn't help but feel lucky to have her. She loved his horror stories, and her being a full-time paramedic came in handy with the number of injuries he'd inflict upon himself. She walked away and came back with the black bag she always kept ready for just this type of situation. Helping save people was her full-time job, even at home, but she didn't mind. She enjoyed the feeling of being important to him and the rush she got from saving people. The only grievance he had with her was the fact that she was trying to fix him when he didn't feel like his habit was that bad. There were worse habits. For example, he could have been smoking or drinking himself to death. All this left him with were scars. "You could work on the next chapter of your novel," she said, while dropping the bag on the ground next to him. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might scrap it. The whole premise just feels a bit childish. Childish? There's nothing childish about the chapter where the closeted bully bashes his homophobic alcoholic father's brains in and then lights their house on fire. Besides, I need to know how it ends. He laughed as she wrapped up his burn. Her constant encouragement was the only reason he hadn't given up on being an author, and why he had published his first collection of stories in the first place. Hell, if not for her making him publish them, they probably wouldn't have been able to afford their new house, and he probably wouldn't even be alive. She became a paramedic partially because of him. They had met in high school, and she had been patching him up ever since. Though he thought she was smart enough to be a doctor, she decided she liked the rush of being an emergency responder and having an ever-changing work environment. Sam finished patching him up and kissed him before leaving for work. He was now alone with his thoughts in unfamiliar territory for the first time since high school. He decided to take Sam's advice and try and find his laptop so he could work on another horror story. He opened the boxes labeled Office and was digging around in them when the craving for his blood began to kick in. He found his letter opener in one of the boxes and took it into the bathroom with him. He stripped off his clothes and looked at himself in the mirror, looking at all the scars he'd acquired over the 25 years of his life. He unwrapped the latest wound to add to the collection. He examined the burn. It looked like he had burned straight to the muscle tissue. He planned on digging the letter opener into it to make it bleed, but he decided he didn't want to bear that much pain twice on the same day. Besides, the letter opener's 2-inch blade was sharp enough to slice his skin with barely any pressure or effort. What's one more scar amongst the countless ones he already had? He plugged the bathtub drain and started to let it fill with water as he attempted to relax. He played with the letter opener, examining its every detail. Sam had bought it for him as a reward for publishing his first book. It was pure silver, and she had had it engraved in cursive with the words, "For opening your future fan mail." It always made him smile when he read it. He hadn't received any fan mail yet. At least not that he knew about, because he hadn't checked the P.O. box he had opened for that since he published the book. He was too scared it would turn out to be hate mail instead. The fear of people hating his work kept him from publishing it in the first place. He started to remember the harsh criticisms his abusive stepfather had given him back when he was a teenager and had found Bobby's old notebook filled with the stories he had just published. He could remember that day very vividly. It was the first time anyone else had ever read any of his horror stories. His stepfather, an author of mostly Christian and religious literature, never thought it took much talent to write horror stories. He made his disgust of the genre well known when he burned Bobby's collection of R.L. Stine's Goosebumps books and whipped him for reading Stephen King novels when he got older. He even despised horror movies. He'd always go on rants about how anyone associated with the genre was a Satanist or a cultist. Every time a new horror movie premiered, he'd petition the church to ban it from the local cinema to, quote, protect the community from satanic imagery, unquote. So, when he discovered that Bobby was avidly writing horror stories, he damn near killed him. Bobby began to picture that night in his head. "What the fuck is this garbage?" his stepfather shouted. "It's my..." Bobby's response was cut short by the notebook being thrown into his face, knocking him to the floor and giving him a bloody nose. "You untalented heathen! These stories are abominations!" His mother ran in to see the commotion and screamed in horror at seeing her son with a bloody nose on the floor. "What the fuck did you do to my son?" His mother's anger had taken them both by surprise. She had never come to her son's defense before. I'm teaching this godless, no-talent heathen what happens when you worship Satan in my house," he replied while taking off his belt. He beat Bobby half into a coma that night. When his mother tried to stop the beating, he knocked her out with one quick strike and continued the brutal onslaught of beating a defenseless preteen. Every hit came with its own insult. His stepfather's insults continued to fill his mind as he pressed the blade of the letter opener to his wrist. He closed his eyes and began to apply pressure. The words kept echoing in his mind as new voices joined in with new insults. Tears began to form in Bobby's eyes as he slid the knife across his wrist, not realizing he had accidentally applied too much pressure until it was too late. Blood began pouring out of the fresh cut faster than he had intended. The water began to turn red as the blood trickled down his wrist and into the tub. "Shit, shit, shit!" he shouted while trying to reach for his phone. He dropped his phone into the dark red water, his wet hands letting it slip out of his grip like a bar of soap. "Fuck!" In a panic, he quickly jumped out of the tub, turning the white and blue floor tiles red as the mixture of blood and water splashed. Sprinting to the living room to try and find the house phone, he remembered that they hadn't even set up home phone service yet. He sprinted back to the bathtub and tried to find his phone in the dark red water as the blood flowed out of his wrist, dripping off his arm and beginning to pool beneath him on the floor. His vision blurred as he finally felt his fingers brushing his phone. He managed to grab his phone before falling over onto his side. Squeezing his phone, he tried to activate its emergency SOS feature, but wasn't sure if the phone was even working as his vision faded to black. Unsure of how much time he had been unconscious, or if the whole situation had just been a bad dream, he woke up in a hospital bed with his wrists restrained. "Bobby, oh thank God you're finally awake!" he heard Sam's voice shout excitedly from his left. What happened? Where am I?" he replied in a dazed, confused state. "You're in the hospital, baby. You cut too deep. The doctors say you almost reached the bone. That's why I told you not to do it without me present." Her voice was stern, but didn't hide her concern. A guilty feeling began to rush into Bobby as he could hear the disappointment and fear in her voice. He looked into her bloodshot hazel eyes and saw that she had been crying. I know I fucked up, and I'm sorry. You know me, I'm usually more careful. I just got lost in my head. You don't know how scared I was. My first call of the day was to my own home, and I found my boyfriend lying on the bathroom floor naked, not only in a pool of his own blood, but next to a bathtub full of blood. You're lucky Apple gave iPhones the emergency SOS feature. I lost that much blood? He asked. Yeah, I had to give you some of mine during transport to keep you alive. Then, at the hospital, they had to give you even more. Also, my partner saw you naked. All he can talk about is the size of your... It's whatever. At least he isn't talking about all the scars or the situation. Well, he wouldn't be the first gay guy that's jealous you have me. She laughed. Yeah, he keeps jokingly asking if you'll be up for a threesome with him and his husband when you recover. And I'm pretty sure he might have taken a picture. They both laugh. Anyway, baby, we need to talk. From her voice, he could tell she had bad news. They wanted you to stay here under suicide watch and be admitted to the psych ward. I tried to convince them you aren't suicidal or a danger to others, but that was a little hard considering all the scars you have from self-inflicted injuries. Damn, and here I was thinking I could go home and write a story about this. I'll bring you your laptop and other necessities, and I'll visit every day till you can come home. The next few weeks were tough for Bobby. He was under constant watch, and the doctors and nurses checked him every night for new wounds. The therapists tried to make him talk about his childhood and any other issues, but he would either avoid the subject or make up stories about how good it was. By week 2, he began to get easily agitated and started showing some withdrawal symptoms that he tried his best to cover up so the doctors and Sam wouldn't notice. His skin was pale, and he began to look like he wasn't eating. The cravings were hitting him like an annoying itch he couldn't scratch. He needed his fix like a junkie needed meth. He had 2 wounds on his arm he could just simply open and drink the blood from easily, but they wouldn't let him even look at them most of the time, forcing him to wear long sleeves and cover them in the shower. Their thought was, out of sight, out of mind. But that wasn't working for him. He wished he could go back in time just to taste the blood from the cut. He could have consumed the gallons of blood that went to waste on the floor or down the drain. By the start of week 3, he was trying to bite his tongue until it bled, but he could never bite down hard enough or long enough without the nurses or doctors noticing. He was being driven to his limits, and Sam was the only one who knew him well enough to notice. She told him to focus on his stories, and it would take his mind off it, but writing a bloody horror story where someone else got to satiate their cravings wasn't appealing. When Sam came to visit on the Wednesday of week 3, she acted differently than normal. "What's wrong, Sammy?" Bobby asked. Before answering, she carefully looked around the visitor center. "Nothing, baby. Well, spit it out," Bobby snapped, drawing the room's attention for a moment. "Keep it down, Bobby, or I won't be able to give this to you." "Give me what?" Before answering, he felt Sam pass him something under the table. Looking down, he saw a manila envelope that he quickly stuffed into his pants pocket. "Don't open it yet until you're alone," she whispered. "Okay, but what is it?" "You'll see, baby. I volunteered to be on standby for the high school hockey game, but I have to go back to work tonight. I love you, and I miss you." Before he could say it back, she had already given him a long kiss and hug goodbye and walked away as if she was scared she'd get in trouble. It would be a long couple of hours for Bobby as the contents of the manila envelope dwelled on his mind. What could she be so nervous about that she didn't even wait for me to say I loved her back? He thought out loud. "What was that?" the nurse asked while walking in. "I asked if it was shower time," he replied quickly. "Yes, it is. I'll replace your bandages and cover them up for you. Then you're good to go." The nurse seemed to take her time rebandaging his wounds, and Bobby was trying not to get visibly impatient with her. Of course, he'd get the new nurse without warning on the day he had something to open in the bathroom. It's like whatever god there was playing a practical joke on him he didn't have the patience for. When she was finally done, Bobby practically leapt off the hospital bed into the bathroom. He quickly opened the manila envelope he had in his pocket all day, and a letter dropped out, along with a liter of blood in one of those hospital drip bags. He picked up the note and began to read. "Dear Bobby, these past few weeks without you at home have been painful and lonely. I miss you so much. Watching you suffer in that hospital has been hard for me. I've tried convincing the doctors to let you come home and that all you need is me, but they say your erratic behavior points to some type of withdrawal. I now understand why you do what you do more than ever. So don't ask me how, but I got this for you. Don't worry, it's my blood, so it is clean. Just try to pace yourself so you can get out of this hospital prison and back home with me, where you belong. Love, Sam." Bobby kissed the note as if he were kissing Sam to thank her. He quickly bit into the bag of blood like a predator that had just caught its first prey in weeks. He tried to pace himself, at first, but once the first drop hit his tongue, he couldn't help himself. As he drank more, he began to notice the difference in the flavor of her blood compared to his. Hers tasted far superior to his. The difference was like Pepsi compared to bargain brand cola. He assumed it must have been from her mostly healthy diet and active lifestyle. Before he could enjoy the taste anymore, the blood bag was little more than empty. He tried his hardest to get the last bit out, to no avail. Suddenly, the nurse knocked on the door. He looked at himself in the mirror and noticed the color of his skin had begun to come back. He also noticed his teeth and lips were red with blood. "Are you okay in there?" she asked. "Yeah, I just had to take a dump first," he replied. After a quick shower and a quick check for any new wounds or evidence of an attempt at self-harm, the nurse left him alone so he could try and fall asleep. He couldn't, however. He now couldn't get his mind off how perfect her blood had tasted. He knew she was perfect, but not that perfect. The next day when Sam came to visit, her eyes lit up with excitement when she noticed how much better he looked after one night. "I can't believe that worked. You look so much better than you have in these past few weeks. The doctor said the nurses have been telling him how well you've been doing today, and that if you keep this up, you can be home by Sunday." Her voice was as excited as her eyes were. "Yeah, thank you, baby. I know this must have been hard on you, and I've missed you more than anything, even the blood." She blushed. "Out of curiosity, how did it taste?" she asked. "As perfect as you, my love." Blushing even more, she responded with another question. "Do you think that'll get you through till Sunday?" You drank the whole bag, didn't you?" she asked, slightly annoyed. "You know me so well." "That was supposed to be a 4-day supply, you jackass." She sighed. "You're lucky I love you. I'll try to get you another bag before visiting hours end." "No, you don't. I want you home, alive, and I want you healthy. If this is what it takes, then so be it." Only an hour would pass before she returned with a fresh bag of blood in hand for another visit. Only this time she was less nervous about smuggling it in. She passed it to Bobby underneath the table, and he shoved it into his pants pocket just like last time. "Thank you, baby." "Don't thank me. Thank the hospital for lax security around the blood bank. I was able to walk in and out, no problem," she said confidently. "Aw, you robbed a bank for me?" Bobby responded jokingly. "Yeah, so just be careful, okay? That may be clean blood, but it's from some random person." Later that night, when it was time for a shower, he took out the new manila envelope that was hiding the blood bag and opened it. This time, he was a bit more hesitant. Was he really resorting to drinking some stranger's blood? He thought to himself. He looked in the mirror and began to ponder if other people's blood tasted better than his own, or if he had just been that blood-starved. There was only one way to find out: to taste the blood in the bag Sam had given him. Cautiously, he bit a small hole into it, only big enough to let out a few drops at a time. He then slowly pressed his tongue to the new blood like a child trying new food. Once the taste hit his tongue, he immediately bit down on the bag, accidentally spraying some on the floor. He impulsively and quickly began to drink the whole bag. Once it was gone, he started to lick the blood off the floor. "Oh my God!" the nurse screamed. She had entered the bathroom to check on him and found him with human blood dripping down the sides of his mouth. She tried to turn and run out of the room, but tripped over her own feet. She hit her head on his bed, knocking herself unconscious and causing herself to bleed. As if instincts took over, Bobby impulsively ran over to her body and began dipping his hands into her blood and licking it off his fingers. He then began to wonder what blood would taste like directly from the tap. The nurse had just begun to awaken when Bobby forced a pen into her jugular and began consuming the blood that poured out. She tried to fight him, but he was too strong. She tried to scream, but he had already taken the pen and shoved it into her vocal cords. She was absolutely powerless to stop him. He knew this was wrong, but he couldn't stop himself. The blood tasted too good. He began to hear voices outside the door, and he panicked. There was now a dead body in his room, and he was covered in its delicious blood. In his head, he estimated he probably just consumed about 3 gallons of blood, maybe more. However, it wasn't enough. He wanted more. Not only that, he wanted more straight from the tap. He grabbed the pen and hid it on the hinge side of the door, ready to attack the next nurse or doctor to walk in the room. The door opened, and he heard a scream, followed by the doctor quickly calling for help as he got down to check on the nurse. This attack had to be quick. Bobby pounced on the doctor and quickly stabbed him in the jugular twice and began consuming his blood. This male doctor seemed as powerless to stop him as the nurse had been. With the blood not flowing out fast enough, Bobby bit down as hard as he could, ripping the doctor's throat open even more. Doctors and nurses began to rush to the room, to the chaotic scene, and were powerless to stop him. Bobby slaughtered and drank the blood of anyone that crossed his path. He felt like an invincible god. Alarms started blaring as patients and doctors tried to flee the psych ward. The under-equipped and under-trained security guards tried to stop him, to no avail. Blood began to decorate the walls and floors of the hospital halls. It wasn't until the first cop shot at him that Bobby finally halted his onslaught, taking cover around a corner. "Look, man, I don't know what you're on or what you're not on, but I know you are a danger, and I can't let you leave this hospital or this psych ward alive unless you surrender," the officer called out. Bobby looked around at the mess of blood and bodies he had left in his path to the exit. It looked like a scene out of one of his horror stories. How did his weird habit result in this? "All right, to get out, I clearly have to go through you, but you have a gun. I would rather not die, so I guess I surrender. I'll come out with my hands up and back turned to you. Please don't shoot me." He complied with the officer's demands and stepped out of the corner with his hands up and his back turned. He listened to the footsteps as the police officer approached him. "All right now, I'm going to cuff you. Now to do that, I have to holster my pistol. If you try anything, I will be forced to use lethal force on you." Bobby silently nodded his head. The officer was clearly a rookie, so he just had to wait for the right moment to strike. He listened closely as the officer lowered his gun to place it into the holster to cuff him. When Bobby heard the pistol click into place, he quickly spun and grabbed the officer's arm away from his hip and ripped his throat open with his teeth, biting directly into his jugular. Bobby began to hear the voices of more officers approaching on foot. and the tires screeching of even more arriving in cars with lights and sirens blaring. He began to flee down the stairwell. He didn't care about where he was going to hide or how he'd get anywhere. All he cared about was where he'd get his next fix. Hours had now passed since the hospital, and there was a town-wide search for the person responsible. No one had pieced together what had happened yet. Bobby had managed to escape by following other surviving patients and doctors covered in blood. No one had seemed to notice that he was covered the most. They must have been too petrified. He managed to find his way safely to his backyard without anyone knowing. He picked up the key under a fake rock he had placed rather stupidly on the back porch where there were no other rocks. He knew it was kinda dumb to put it there, but he figured the last place anyone would look for a fake rock hiding a key was the single rock on the porch by the door. He hadn't even gotten the door open when he heard her voice. "Bobby, is that you?" Her voice sounded worried and scared. Bobby didn't reply. He didn't know what to say. He had hoped she wouldn't have been home and that she'd still be at the hospital working, allowing him some time to get some clothes and leave without a trace, and that she'd assume he was just another victim. She approached the back door and pulled it open. Her face turned white as she saw her boyfriend covered head to toe in human blood, standing in front of her. She was frozen in fear. She had seen a lot being a paramedic, but it wasn't what she was seeing that she was afraid of. It was the immediate realization of what had happened at the hospital and how Bobby was behind it. Bobby began to tear up. "I didn't want you to see me like this. I didn't want you to see me as this monster I've become." He collapsed into her as he started to sob, smearing blood all over her clothes and skin. She wrapped her arms around him. "I'm sorry, baby. I came home as soon as I couldn't find you at the hospital. I figured you'd come here." Her voice shook. "This is your fault. If you hadn't given me that blood, we'd still be fine. I would have never known how good other people's blood can taste," Bobby yelled. "You just had to go and be impatient." Sam, fearing for her life, pushed Bobby away and ran into the house, trying to close the door behind her. Bobby quickly recovered from her shove and wedged himself between the door and the doorway, forcing his way in and knocking Sam to the floor. "Please, Bobby, you don't have to do this! You love me! Remember you love me!" she screamed frantically. "I love your blood!" Bobby tried pouncing on her, but she rolled out of the way and sprinted towards the bathroom. He pursued her, but she managed to get the door shut and locked this time before he could get to her. Bobby banged on the door as hard as possible to attempt to force it open, while Sam screamed and pleaded for him to stop. She looked around for anything to defend herself, and underneath the bathtub, she spotted the silver letter opener she had bought him to reward him for publishing his first book. Bobby was just about to enter the door as she dove for the knife. The door flew open and Bobby pounced on her again. This time he wouldn't miss, but neither would she. The silver blade of the letter opener plunged straight into Bobby's heart. He felt the cold burn of the silver puncture his heart as he rolled out from on top of her. He began to hear sirens and the screeching of tires. His vision began to fade to black as blood pooled beneath him, turning the white and blue floor tiles red once again. The last thing he saw was Sam's terrified, heartbroken face. "I'm sorry, my love."
Drew was running. It was a dark night, lit only by the occasional street lamp that beamed down on him like a spotlight, but left the things behind him hidden away in the blackness. They were giving chase. He could hear the pads of their feet on the concrete, their snarls. Drew knew he couldn't outrun them. They would catch him and tear him to pieces, rip his heart out, and eat it with their drooling maws. They always did. Still, he ran. He did his best to get away, to try to be free. He screamed with fear and exhaustion. He pushed his arms and legs, willing them to take him somewhere safe from the pain he knew was coming, the pain he created. He heard them closer then. It wouldn't be long now. He bellowed his furious scream and pushed his body to its limit, but as he passed under the next street lamp, he made the mistake of looking back over his shoulder. He saw the illuminated jaws of the giant man-sized wolf about to clamp down on him. Drew barely had time for a gasp before the teeth sank into his flesh. Snarls alerted him to the presence of the others. In a moment they pounced. Drew could feel them biting, tearing, ripping his flesh away to get at his organs. The pain was intense. Then he saw the clawed hand rip his heart free from his chest. He stared in horror as the wolf's fangs bit into the organ and his own blood sprayed out across his face. Then he awoke with a start, spraying sweat across his bedsheets and panting. His hand went to his chest as it always did. It was irrational. He knew his heart was there. He was alive. Still, he couldn't help it. Drew cursed and climbed out of the bed, feeling more like a mental patient than a doctor. He rubbed his face with trembling hands. Drew was all too aware that the wolves in his recurring nightmare were a manifestation of his guilt after orchestrating the brutal murder of almost his entire family. But anyone that endured Thanksgiving with those people would have understood. Still, the guilt and the dreams remained to plague him regularly. Maybe I should have put the drug into a dessert like Mom's bread pudding instead of something healthy and boring like broccoli. Then I could have felt less guilty. He went into the bathroom and sighed when he saw himself in the mirror. He looked terrible, haggard, like a man that hadn't slept well in months since killing his family. Shit. After a few good splashes of cold water, he returned to his room. He hated this room. They said he could bring things in, work to personalize it, and make it feel like home. But how did you personalize a sterilized, all-white room? What wasn't white was stainless steel. How homey. He scoffed at it. This is my penance, my hell. I deserve this, don't I? To make matters worse than the fact that the corporation all but owned him, Drew knew they were planning something with the weapon he created. He knew it was coming soon just by the way people moved and talked with anticipation and anxiety, yet they wouldn't fill him in on any details. His role was to make sure the drug continued to be made, to supply them with the means, not to know what it was for. They helped him with his own personal vendetta. Now he belonged to them. Fantastic. Drew may have just thrown in the towel and joined his family, but there was a reason he couldn't. This reason just added more guilt to his already heavy heart. With a deep breath, he left this terrible room, smiled at the armed and armored guard outside his door, and waved for effect. The guy seemed like overkill. Drew had no weapons other than a whistle, and he was not a fighter. They claimed the armored guard was there for his protection, but he knew them better than to believe anything they said. This place was a fortress. No one was getting in the front door, never mind all the way up to the 9th floor to put him in danger. They wanted to make sure he didn't try to flee or take himself out because they needed him. He didn't keep his notes on paper or computer. The math and recipe for his Christmas dish of destruction were all tucked away neatly in the back of his mind. It was his assurance that they wouldn't kill him after he created what they asked him to and paid him to. They did pay him, and they paid him well. Every time he attempted to argue, one of them would remind him of that fact. "You are wealthy, Doctor. You would do well to remember that." Blah. What good is it? Drew didn't hear the soldier walking behind him, but he knew that he was. He always did. Once Drew got far enough, the man would stop, radio the next guy, and return to his post. Hell yeah, I'm living the good life, right? Bastards. Drew went to the elevator and gave an obviously fake smile to the guard standing within. Your post has to be the worst, he said. Good thing you're not claustrophobic, huh? Where are you headed, sir? The guard said, back from his statuesque place in the corner. You'll see when I press the button, Drew said, his grin more genuine this time. Live a little. I'm a free man, remember? As you wish, Doctor. Drew groaned and hit the button for basement 1. The scientist is heading down to the basement. Be on the ready. Drew heard the guard say into his radio. He shook his head and turned to face the man. You people may actually be worse than the family I work so hard to kill. What do you think I'm going to do? Where could I go? Doesn't this get boring? I'm just doing my job, sir. Yes, I know. Fantastic. What an exciting job it is. I am proud to be part of the corporation, Doctor. Drew groaned. There was no point. He couldn't goad these guards. He had already tried all that. They were unshakable. Part of him thought they may actually be robots. He wouldn't put it past the corporation. They hired him, after all. When the elevator stopped, Drew looked at the guard and bowed. This is my stop. I bid you farewell, good gentlemen, until we meet again. I'll be here when you head back up, sir. Drew sighed. Yes, of course, I know. He exited the elevator and walked down another bland white hallway to a stainless steel desk where a fine-suited man with thin-rimmed glasses sat enjoying a book. Drew walked up to the desk and the man looked up at him. Good day, Doctor. What can I do for you? Drew started to respond with something sarcastic but stopped himself. He took a deep breath and started again. I need to see her and I need some privacy. You know I can't hurt myself or escape in there, and she can't get to me either. That's not even mentioning the cameras that have been following my every move and recording it. I have to accompany you, Doctor. No, you don't. You know you don't. There's literally no need for it. It's like trying to explain off the need for a suit jacket over a vest over a shirt. What are you even doing? Who dresses you? The man put his book on the desk and looked down at his outfit. This is an expensive suit. I'm sure it is. This is an expensive compound. Pretty, isn't it? The man frowned. I still have to follow protocol. 5 minutes, Martin. You want to pat me down first to make sure there's nothing the cameras or armed guards missed before I got to you? Martin frowned again. So help me, Doctor, if you take advantage of my kindness and make me regret this, I will see to it that you are turned into a monster of your own creation so you have no choice but to comply in the future. Drew nodded. Because you're the first person to make that threat, right? Unoriginal, Martin. Come up with your own thing, he thought. Of course, I understand. Got it, okay? 5 minutes. Drew nodded again and waited for the man to press the button and lock the thick door behind him. Then Drew hurried through the door, stopping before the clear plastic wall before him. He placed his palms on it and looked at the girl sitting on the mattress on the other side. She was the last surviving member of his family, his cousin Trina. Her mouth was lined with dry blood and made her look like a kid who drank fruit punch messily. He frowned at the sight. Hey, he said sheepishly. Her eyes rolled up to look at him. They were wild, untamed, not the eyes he was used to seeing his entire life. He sighed. How do you feel? He asked. Are you okay? I only have a few minutes of privacy. What's privacy? She said with a wicked smile. She sprung to her feet, crossed the room, and slammed against the other side of the clear wall in a single blink. Drew gasped and stumbled backward. Trina laughed at this and sucked on a blood-soaked finger. Well, they feed me, cousin. They love feeding me. It's like a game to children. Feed the animal. This is what I am now. When it starts to wear off, I get sick, cough blood, and begin to die all over again. Then they save me once more by turning me back into a monster. Thank you so much for your mercy." Drew noted the sarcasm in her tone but said nothing. He swallowed a lump in his throat and nodded. "I know. I'm sorry. It was the only way to bring you back, to keep you from death. I didn't want to lose you, but I'm working every day at a long-term cure, a way to keep you alive longer. I won't give up. My life comes from my monstrosity. I crave blood and violence every waking moment. It's either that or death, a kill or be killed existence. I'm a werewolf junkie because of you and your goddamn drug, Drew. Now you say you're working on keeping me a monster longer. Well, you have my gratitude." Drew frowned again. "I'll figure it out. I'll save you for real. I just need time. If I left you dead as you were and didn't inject you immediately, I wouldn't have even had the chance. You would have been gone forever. I didn't have a choice." Trina laughed at him. She poked the elongated fingernail of her bloody index through one of the air holes in the wall and wiped a streak of blood down his cheek with a gentle swipe. Drew touched his face and realized how easily she could have cut him, killed him even, when she only had a hole the size of a dime to access him. He shivered at the realization. Part of him wanted to inquire, to find out if she had hurt or killed any of her caretakers, disposed of her guards, or done anything to anger the corporation. He wished he could, but he knew that he didn't have the time for that. Instead, he took a step further backward and said, "They're planning something, Trina, something big, something with my drug, but no one will tell me what it is. People are going to die. Have you heard anything?" Trina leaned her head back and gave a deep belly laugh that sounded as inhuman as she was now. "Suddenly, you care if people die? I was with you, bud. We totally planned the whole thing and gave our family the gift of brutal, violent death for Christmas. Have you forgotten that or just absolved yourself? We're not the good guys, Drew." Drew closed his eyes tightly and shook his head as if he were trying to defend against letting her words in. "That was different. That was personal. They could kill innocent people, tons of them. God knows what they can do." Trina put her palms against the wall, streaking it with crimson. "God? You want to talk to me about God? Are you serious? God doesn't give a shit about us, Drew. Look at me. I'm not God's creation, cousin. I'm yours. If you know anything, please tell me. Time is running out. Any minute, our time alone will be up." Trina displayed a wicked smile of jagged lupine teeth. "Of course. They talk in front of me. I'm the monster in a cage. What could I do with the information?" Drew blinked. He stared at the thing that was once his closest family outside of his mother, and he waited for her to give him more. "Ah, hell. Who would believe you anyway? They sold it to a terrorist sect in Russia. Everyone thinks all the bad guys are in the Middle East. Just wait till this goes down. There's a debate for the next presidential candidate coming up. The top candidates from each party will be there. It's the perfect time for a rival superpower to bring us to our knees. They reached out to the corporation and offered a metric fuck ton of money, and now it will be taken care of. But the corporation is based in America. It could literally destroy us. Both sides will blame the other. It will lead to civil war after removing our capable candidates and hope for the future. Why would they sanction that? They don't have to be based in America, Drew. They just happen to be. They'll go anywhere. They don't give a shit. It's all about money and power and who has the best offer. This time it happened to be the Russians. Next time it could be anyone. The candidate and his followers will be disposed of so he could be replaced by someone with a more clear conservative view and standing, and the event will be blamed on the Democrats. It will look like a bizarre monster attack, but it will have the conspiracy nut coming out of the woodwork with theories. People always want to explain everything. Everyone blames the opposition. It works double. No one but the people involved know the corporation even exists, so the fingers will never be pointed in the right place. It's really actually very smart business. Who cares about the world or humanity anyway? I think you should let it happen. Since when do you support things like this, Trina? We're not the bad guys. We don't help the bad guys. The half-woman laughed again. They're all just food to me now. Are you a humanitarian, Drew? It's okay to murder your family, but not to support a good old-fashioned culling? She laughed more. You're absurd. It's all absurd. None of it means anything. I have to stop them, Drew said, more to himself than his cousin. Let me out. I can do it. Trina smiled, and the sight of it made him shiver with revulsion. Think about it. They're going to turn people into killers just long enough to do what they need done. But me? You've made me into a killer for a long time now. I am trained, not just wild. I can beat them and stop them from killing people you think deserve to live. They just have to outlast the duration of the drug. Drew shook his head. It's too dangerous. What if you lose? I can't let you die again. I won't. What if you give in to your own bloodlust and just add to the death toll? How can I know you will keep your end of the bargain? Freedom. I save the candidates and the future, and then you let me go. Drew bit his lip nervously. But you'll die. The drug will wear off eventually, and you won't have more. Honestly, that wouldn't be so bad. You have no idea what this is like. But fine, I know you won't let that happen. You won't let me go if it means you have to actually let me go. So give me a supply, a month's worth maybe. I'll stay in touch somehow. That will give you time to make a real cure and meet me with it before I run out and die forever. What do you say, cousin? The door opened behind him and he said quietly to her, I'll think about it. Let's go, Martin said with a wave of his arm. Time's up and I'm not losing my retirement for you to chat with a monster. Drew wanted to argue but didn't bother. Instead, he merely nodded and followed Martin out of the room with a reluctant wave back toward his cousin who gnashed her razored teeth in response. Why do you talk to that thing anyway? Martin asked when they were back out in the hall by his desk. That thing is my cousin. It was. It's not anymore. You don't think you can trust it or believe it, do you? We're all just food to it, Doctor. I would tread carefully. And I would ask your opinion if I wanted it. Maybe you should be the one to tread carefully. He fought the smile that tugged at him when he saw the nervousness on the man's face. Drew turned on his heel and headed back to the elevator where, as promised, his armed escort was waiting. Drew sighed but offered no verbal complaint. It was pointless. He just needed to get back. He needed to think. He stood against the elevator wall and held his hands in front of him. His left index finger tapped frantically at his right hand beneath it. Are you all right, Doctor? The guard inquired. Oh, yes, perfect. Lovely. How could I not be all right? I'm fine, he said. I just wish I could figure out the formula to keep Trina going without so many injections. It must be difficult, the guard said back, but there wasn't a trace of emotion in his tone. Do you have a family? Do you have feelings? Do you have anything other than orders to follow, you piece of shit robot? Drew took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Yeah, he said, rather than voicing any of his actual thoughts. It's difficult. Drew didn't take the elevator back to his room. He took it to the top, to his lab. It was easier for him to think there. Working made things feel easier. Plus, he did have a job to do, and if he didn't do it, then they wouldn't need him any longer and he was as good as dead. When he stepped off the elevator, he just waved at the waiting guard. Come on, I have work to do. Radio your buddy. Tell him I'm heading into my lab. The guard did just as he had instructed and followed behind him while radioing the next man up. Drew rolled his eyes unseen. When he reached the lab, the other guard was already standing to the side of the door. Drew went in and locked the door. This was the one place he was allowed to be alone. He was locked in, and the ceiling was lined with rotating cameras. They had nothing to worry about. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, then just stood with his eyes closed for a moment. When his heart was slow and his head was clear, he got to work. He didn't work on the wolf serum they would need for their little event. Instead, he worked on a longer-term cure for Trina. If Drew did somehow manage to get past the guards and let her out, they wouldn't trust him anymore. Even if he made it out alive, they would keep his lab and try to get someone to duplicate his serum, but they would never allow him the time to create something to save Trina. That month's supply would mean nothing. Drew injected a rat with the new serum and watched it evolve into a vicious monster. While he was waiting to see how long it lasted before it wore off, he worked on that month's supply his cousin wanted. He owed her that much. As things had been going, he just made the next dose when she needed it. Each time he warred with himself on whether to keep her going or just let her die, and each time he handed the shot over to the man in the expensive suit that came to pick it up. Without Trina, Drew was alone in the world and alone with the guilt of what they had done. Trina shared the weight of that with him, and he needed her to carry her half. It was horrifically selfish, but at this point, Drew was aware of who he was. He could no more change himself than he could change his fate. As if on cue, a knock sounded at the door. Drew huffed and went to press the button to open it. When it slid to the side, the smug bastard in his perfectly pressed navy blue suit was standing in the doorway with a beaming grin. "How are the day's efforts, Doctor?" Drew shook his head. "This stuff takes time. I'm trying to change the formula and create a better version. I can't just do that instantly. It would help if there were no interruptions." "Well, we need 6 doses for the event. I'm sure you've been told this, Doctor." Drew balled his hands into fists and then relaxed them. "I've been told nothing. I don't know what event this is or when it is, if that is a deadline you expect me to meet, or who you intend to use it on." The man's smile faltered for a moment, but he recovered quickly. "The event is tomorrow. We need 6 doses from our good scientists for things to go properly, and if any one of those 6 doesn't work as it is intended, you and your cousin will pay the price for that. As I'm sure you are aware, we saved your life and hers, and we can return you both to Charon. That said, I'll return in a few hours to check back in. I'm sure you won't let us down, Doctor." As the man turned and stalked off, and Drew hit the button to close and lock the door, he heard the death rattle of a rat behind him. Drew snarled and punched the door. That wasn't nearly long enough. He might have to actually let this happen, he realized, just so he had enough time to work to create the proper serum for his cousin. She was right. He orchestrated the death of his entire family simply because they were annoying. No, that's not true. He did it because they disrespected his mother, and family, real family, mattered most. That's why Trina had to come before the people at that rally. His monsters would go public and the internet would make sure they went viral. The narrative would be controlled and the city would rain blood in April, but it would bring May flowers in the sense that it would buy him the time to get Trina out for the 2 of them to escape. Then again, she said the event was in a few days. What if she was lying? They could have sold to anyone. He had no doubt that they would. Drew knew that whatever this event was, it wasn't the end of it. They didn't want him just for this. They let him use his own family as a trial run for the drug, and now they were setting something in motion. The highest bidder, someone rich and psychotic with an agenda, would continue to come knocking, and the corporation would continue to provide, which meant he would continue to have a job to do. Morals weren't part of the equation as much as they wanted people to believe. He was no better. He wouldn't be here if he was, and that didn't change anything. He needed out, and his only way to get out was to use Trina. In order to do that, he had to get the serum right. A few hours later, when the knock at the door came, Drew opened it and reluctantly put a bag of loaded syringes in the man's hand. 6, he said. The man gave his disgusting smile and said, "I knew you would come through. You always do. Pleasure doing business with you, Doctor." Then he was gone. Drew gritted his teeth. He squeezed his hands into fists and stood there, twitching with anger. He was beginning to hate himself as much as the cousins, aunts, uncles, and grandparents he killed. It didn't matter if he hated himself, though. He loved Trina. This is for her, he reminded himself. Knowing that he'd just created the deaths of tons of people and helped to send his own country into further division and violence, Drew took a deep breath and got back to work. He worked long into the night, killing rats and monkeys as he went. He felt worse about the animals than he did about the humans, but he didn't feel bad enough to spare them. He had to figure this out before the corporation came up with their next event. He knew it wouldn't be long. When he was too exhausted to think anymore, he left his lab at last. "Where to?" the guard asked him the moment he hit the hall. "Christ," Drew said. "Hadn't even thought about it yet. Maybe I should go to the bathroom. Would you like to accompany me? You can wipe." "That won't be necessary, Doctor." Drew nodded. "Right, robots. I think I just want coffee. Take me to the elevator and let your buddies know I'm heading to the cafeteria. In fact, I would like to request the man in the suit to meet me there. Radio that in too." "As you wish, Doctor." Drew listened to the soldier radioing things in as he made his way to the elevator. Then he stared at the guards staring at him as they rode the box in silence to the second floor where the cafeteria waited for them. Drew walked in and there were people working. Sometimes he didn't come here for his body's nourishment, but for his soul. These were normal people, people like him just doing jobs. They weren't watching him. They were watching the mashed potatoes. It was a nice change of pace he often needed in order to stay sane. Am I really sane, though? Would a sane man have even made it to this point? Drew got himself a large cup of steaming black coffee and went to sit at a shining steel table. He sipped at it and waited for the asshole in the suit. Drew found himself grinning for a change when the man showed up and looked slightly ruffled, one side of his collar turned up. It was nice to see them feel some stress for a change. The man went to a cooler and got himself a beer. Then he came and sat across from Drew. "You wanted a word, Doctor?" Drew sipped his coffee. "I did. You look upset. Hard night?" "I lied about the event. It wasn't tomorrow. It was tonight. It didn't go as planned." Drew raised an eyebrow at this. "That's what has you, isn't it? If it doesn't go off right, you lose money and reputation. You don't care about the lives or the blood. You care about the wallets, just like the people you sell your death serum to." The man frowned and sipped his beer. "What did you want to talk to me about, Doctor?" "What went wrong? It was contained, wasn't it? Tell me my creatures aren't just out there in the city." The man's lip twitched. He sipped his beer again. "Of course it was contained, Doctor. Why'd you wish to speak to me?" Drew stared at him. He read his eyes, body language, all of it, and knew the man was lying. The protection against disaster was the fact that the drug wore off and the people died when it did, but a lot of damage could be done in that time. Drew thought about it. If he hurt their wallets and gave them things to stress over, to work to control, then they would be flustered enough to miss things, and he could use that to get Trina out. "When's the next event?" he asked. "Excuse me? When is the next event? I know you have one lined up and you're going to move up the schedule because of whatever debacle just transpired. You want to save business, so tell me." "I will tell you what you need to know, and that is it. You are not in a position to make demands." "How many people died tonight?" Drew asked. "All of them. More than all of them. The things were difficult to take down. Is that your doing?" Drew's excitement faltered. "Of course not. It's not the drug. It's who you administer it to. You give it to people who pose the least threat. Enhanced, they will do damage, but not the same as someone with a furious temper or combat training. You have to select them carefully. I did this successfully, not just because of the drug, but because of the decision-making and planning. Maybe you should let me in on more." Not a chance, but I will take the information into consideration. He put down the empty bottle. If you don't need anything else, I'm going to go now, Doctor. Wait. Drew saw him begin to rise and then fall back into his seat. I have a new version, a better version. It worked on that last monkey, but I need to test a human to know before you take it out into the field. The bastard's smile returned. I'm assuming you have it on you? I know you always like to have a security plan just like we do. Well, Doctor, if you need to try it out, then try it out. Drew licked his lips nervously. I'm not sure I follow. The man in the suit stood from the table. He took his bottle and banged it on the table, shattering it. Then he grabbed a woman filling the cooler with juice and milk, and he slit her throat with the broken bottle. The blood poured furiously as she gagged and grabbed at her torn neck before collapsing. The other workers panicked and scurried away like rats. Killing is simple, Doctor. These people are all disposable. It's for the greater good. So now it's your turn. Test your serum. Drew looked at him, his face a mask of the horror he felt in his heart. The person that turns will kill everyone. Oh, please. You did it to your own family. Don't give me that conscience nonsense. Test your serum, Doctor. Drew swallowed a lump in his throat and shook his head. No. The man threw the blood-dripping broken bottle to the ground and reached into his coat to retrieve a suppressed pistol. Test your serum. You can't kill me. You need me. The man met his eyes, his stare intense. Then he lowered the gun, pointing it at Drew's knee. Drew was breathing hard. He knew that the man's threat was real. These people didn't care who they hurt. Drew held up a hand to get the man to wait, to make sure he didn't pull the trigger out of boredom. Then he reached into his pocket and withdrew a syringe, proving the man right. He nodded and stood. He didn't see a single worker left on the floor. They've gone, he said. They're just hiding. Find them. Drew swallowed and moved through the cafeteria, the syringe like a sword in his hand. He crept around, peering under tables and racks. Metal toppled and plates crashed as a man went running by. Drew gave chase. He watched as the man in the suit stepped into the fleeing worker's path and caused him to freeze with a gun to his face. Drew hurried up behind the cafeteria worker. I'm sorry, he said before jamming the needle into the man's neck. No, you're not, said the man in the suit. Don't lie to yourself. Come now, we have to leave. Drew frowned but hurried out into the hall where two heavily armored guards were waiting. Only put it down if you have to, the suited man said to them. Then he closed the doors to the cafeteria and stood back against the wall. Now we wait. Make sure you get the data you need, Doctor. Drew watched through the porthole windows in the doors as the man he stuck changed into a man-sized wolf, his skin tearing and bones snapping, his joints refitting and jaw elongating. He roared in pain as his body changed. Then he roared in fury and went on the hunt. The workers hid and ran. They screamed and cried. They did all they could, and the beast let them. It toyed with them because it knew they wouldn't escape. It would catch them eventually, and it wanted to enjoy the game. The wolfman made the killing last. It took them one by one, ripping off limbs and chewing on them to frighten the others. A man ran for a window and was hit in the back by the severed arm of a co-worker. The wolf pounced on him while he was down and scalped him with a razor-tipped claw. It let him crawl away bleeding as it pursued another. Drew stood in the hall with the man in the suit and the two robotic guards waiting for their chance to fulfill their duty. Drew watched in horror at first, but soon his horror changed to fascination and the scientist in him won out. He found the creature interesting and wondered about the man they chose to inject. Who was he before this? Who would he never be again? Drew found the man beside him, noticed the change in his demeanor, and was watching him now with a sickening grin. Should have stuck you as my test run, Drew thought. Once everyone in the cafeteria was dead and mutilated, the wolf just sat in the room's center eating the flesh of one of its victims. It didn't seem to know what to do with itself now that the killing was over. The soldiers took a step towards the door, but Drew put a hand on their shoulders. Wait, he said simply. Not yet. Only if it attacks. I need to see how long it lasts." "Yes, sir," the guard said, standing down. Hours passed. Drew and the man in the suit were now sitting on the floor in the hallway. The guards remained poised at the door, ready to fire. "Are they robots?" Drew asked the man beside him. "Seriously, are they?" "Might as well be," the man said back with a shrug. Then the beast must have been bored because it rose and charged the door. The man in the suit grabbed Drew by the shirt and dragged him away from the doors. "Let it pass," he screamed to the guards. "Don't kill it unless it tries to take someone important or leave the premises. Let it die naturally." "Yes, sir," the guard said as the doors burst open and the man-sized wolf came barreling through. It ripped one guard's throat out with a swipe of its claws and then it charged off down the hall toward the elevator. The surviving guard followed the beast, his gun out before him. The man with the suit helped Drew to his feet. "Shall we?" he said with a smile. "For science, of course." "Of course." Drew followed the man with the suit, who followed the soldier, who followed the wolf. Up ahead there was screaming. The hall was streaked with a red carpet of blood down its center. When they caught up with the soldier, he was holding his gun in trembling hands and looking all around the hall. "Sir?" he said when they reached him. Seeing the guard's fear actually made Drew feel some relief. So they're human after all. "It must have taken the elevator," the man in the suit said. "Sir?" the guard repeated. "He's right," Drew told him. "The new version retains more humanity." The guard reached forward, hit the button for the elevator, and then jumped back, training his gun on the doors. There was a ding. The doors opened and a head still wearing its guard helmet rolled out. What was left of the body was slumped in the corner of the blood-drenched silver box. "Well, all right. Let's go then," said the man in the suit, shoving the guard into the open elevator. He looked at Drew. "After you," Drew said to him. When they were all inside, they stood in awkward silence, the blood of the dead guard rhythmically dripping from the ceiling around them. Plip, plip, plip. "I shouldn't kill it?" the soldier asked again as the doors opened on the next floor. "No," said the man in the suit. "There's no blood. It must have gone up further. Let's go." "What if it didn't go up?" Drew asked. "Retaining more humanity, what if it went down? What if it went to the street?" "God damn it," said the man in the suit. He hit the button to send the elevator to the street level. When the doors opened, the main lobby of the building was littered with body parts. Everything had been sprayed with blood. It looked like a mad artist ran about swinging cans of paint. The front doors to the building were crumpled and smashed as the wolf didn't bother using the handle, retaining humanity or not. Drew just stood there staring in amazement at all the carnage and death. The thing had toyed with the cafeteria workers for hours, and now it made haste, just laying waste to everyone in its path. Was it losing control or perfectly in control? The man in the suit whirled on him and grabbed him by the throat. Drew wasn't ready and he gasped and choked. "What was the purpose of this new version, Doctor? And why shouldn't I just kill you now?" Drew pointed to his throat as his face colored. The man dropped him. "Answer the question." "To create a true weapon, sir, a soldier. That would be worth even more, wouldn't you say?" The man studied him a moment and then said, "Damn it. All right, we're going after that thing, you and I." He turned towards the soldier. "Radio for cleanup and watch the door for anyone other than us. Let no one in to see this. If the beast comes back, you have my approval. Kill it." "Yes, sir." Drew followed the man outside and wondered if this was his last day on Earth. In case it was, he breathed the outside air in deeply. The man grabbed him by the arm and dragged him along. Drew realized he was being dragged towards the sound of screaming. "I would prefer the other direction," he said. "Shut up," the man told him. "Right, yes, of course," Drew said. His hand slipped into his pocket and embraced the syringe hidden within. As they got closer, he could hear the roars of the beast he created. When it came into sight, it was howling up at the sky. A human arm came in an arc and landed at their feet. I thought you said this thing retained more of its humanity, the man said. Yeah, was all Drew could say. Cars were honking, people were screaming. There was gunfire from somewhere. Blood was spraying in every direction to coat windshields, causing wrecks, decorate telephone poles and storefront windows, and paint the street. He's an artist, isn't he? Said the man pulling Drew along. A regular Picasso. I was thinking more Rembrandt myself. Okay, Drew shrugged. Kill it and let's go home. It's too late for that, the man told him. The cat is already out of the bag. No point in damage control. Oh, Drew said. This freaking guy. Unbelievable. Too late to save lives and reputation. Let's watch the artist paint. Sirens rang out in the distance. The police are coming, Drew said nervously. The man actually grinned when he turned to look Drew's way. Now we'll get to see how he does against a real opponent, one that is armed and trained with backup and resources at his disposal. I hope you are recording this data in that head of yours. Always, Drew said back. The cops didn't hesitate. They came out guns blazing. The beast leaped right and left from vehicle to vehicle, climbed onto the sides of buildings and up to their roof, and then off onto his enemies, ripping them in half only to carry their spine away in his immense jaws like a dog with a chew toy. Christ, Drew said, turning away with disgust. What if it comes over here? I'm very quick, Doctor, the man said, patting the gun on his hip. Drew took a step to the right to make sure the man was directly in his path. Then he craned his neck and peeked around the man's broad shoulders. As he watched the monster crash down with 2 heavy feet on the roof of a police car, denting it inwards loudly, Drew asked, Would you sell my drug to the Middle East as well? North Korea? China? The man laughed. It's not up to me. I'm just your handler, but if you want my opinion, the powers that be would sell your drug to the devil himself if he brought his wallet. That's what I thought, he said. His hand tightened on the syringe in his pocket. The enormous wolf had an officer in each giant hand and flung them in opposite directions. More sirens sang in the distance, but Drew knew they would be too late. He took a whistle that hung around his neck and blew on it. The beast stopped moving. Its ears perked up and it stood poised. What's it doing? The man asked. Drew knew he didn't hear the whistle. Humans couldn't hear such a frequency. He answered, I don't know. Drew blew the whistle again. The thing leaned its head back and howled. The man said, Either it hears something or it's calling something. This is fascinating. Fascinating indeed. The beast hopped down from the dented police car. Its movements were slow and casual. Bystanders, too afraid to run, backed away slowly and silently, watching with terror gleaming in their wide eyes. The beast headed right toward them. It grabbed cars that were in its way and tossed them aside like they were no more than a child's toy. Behind the man, Drew smiled. He saw the man's hand rest on the gun holstered at his hip. He was ready to draw. Wish I could say I'm sorry, but I'm not, Drew thought as he pulled his hand from his pocket and jammed the syringe into the man's neck. He quickly drained its contents and pulled it back, returning to his pocket. The man's hand left his gun and went to his neck. The hell did you just do? He asked angrily. Then he fell to his knees and shortly after onto his face. The wolf was there staring at Drew, looking him in the eyes. Drew smiled. You only have a few more seconds before your clock runs out, Drew told the animal. Feed for me, please. The beast lingered there a moment and then dropped down to tear the suited man's throat free. The arc of blood sprayed upwards, dyeing his fur. Then the giant animal backed a step, trotted in a soft circle, and laid down, resting its lupine head on the dead man's chest. Drew nodded at the beast. Then he turned and headed back the way he had come. The wolf would be a dead human by the time emergency personnel arrived. This was 2023, though. Drew knew people had to have recorded the scene and uploaded it to the internet. The truth of his genius would be out before he made it back to the building, and he had to go back because he couldn't leave without Trina. At least the experiment was a success. Just like with his family, The soldiers and the man in the suit acted exactly as he expected them to. Human beings were so predictable. You just needed some time to learn them, and then you could plan their reactions just like that of chemicals. His new serum was a success. The beast lasted much longer. It retained more humanity, and it obeyed his whistle. Trina would live, and even more importantly, she would be his and answer only to him. Drew smiled at the thought as he entered the front doors of the building into the Texas Werewolf Massacre of a lobby. The guard left there and ran over to him. "He didn't make it," Drew said, "but the beast has been put down. I need to sleep. It's been a long day. I'm going to return to my room." "As you wish, Doctor," the soldier said. "The cleaning crew is working on the mess." "Good," Drew said as he walked over and hit the button for the elevator. When he was inside, he looked at the dead soldier in the corner. "Haven't replaced you yet, huh? Guess they didn't expect me back so soon." Then he headed to his lab instead of his room. He needed to make as much of the new serum as he could to keep Trina going until he could set up a new lab somewhere. It was almost time to leave, and the corporation wouldn't like that. They were going to have to run far and run fast. He would destroy everything he wasn't taking with him. Trina would be the only monster this Frankenstein made, and she would answer only to him. The thought of the future excited him, but first he had to work. Drew entered his lab, closed the door behind himself, locked it, and turned on the stereo. As he got to work, Nirvana blasted from the speakers. "There's something in the way, yeah." But not for long, Drew thought with a smile. Not for long.
It's a rare day in a county like this one when an officer of the law can just sit back, put up his feet, and pale to chrysanthemum. And before you tell me I meant sail to Byzantium, let me remind you of something. See, I've been High Sheriff of Splittail for over 20 years now, so you can bet I know my poetry just as well as anyone. Thank you very much, and I didn't mean sail to Byzantium at all. And I know my botany too, which is why I was having Deputy Dingle take Pell to my chrysanthemums. A rare day indeed. This wasn't to say, of course, that the deputy and I weren't on duty. As the great luminary of this prominent county, I'm on call 25/8, an omniscient, omnipresent agent of law and order. The way I see things, that lady holding the scales of justice must be drunker than Mr. Laundry, because God knows they never do stop wobbling. Now that I think about it, they'd probably stay a lot more steady if she took off that blindfold. Anyway, if it sounds to you like an awful heavy load to shoulder, being the High Sheriff of Splittail during times as turbulent as this, let me assure you it is. But to whom much is given, much is expected. And that's why Deputy Dingle had to do my yard work for me, while I relaxed a little bit and had some lemonade.
Undamn dignified.
The radio was quiet for the time being, and the supply of hinkiness seemed to have fallen below the threshold of demand. A mild day by any interpretation. The only sounds to be heard were the morning birds, the ice in my glass, and Dingle sneezing and complaining. Now, I know better than to suggest that law and order had finally prevailed. Even the chrysanthemum bush knows better than that. It's only to say the legions of darkness were pausing to regroup for the moment, to sharpen their swords, to polish their rods and whatnot, maybe even have a glass of lemonade or water their own chrysanthemums. Don't forget those over there, Deputy.
Over where?
Right there, I said. I pointed to the forsythia bush just behind them. Sometimes, Dingle, I'd swear you couldn't water your own ass without me to help you.
Why the hell I gotta do this anyway, Sheriff? You know I got allergies. And why you gotta sit there in your underwear to watch me?
Well, normally I'd just point to my badge and remind him exactly why that was. But all I had on this instance were the, essentials. Just enough to make myself presentable before the Lord. Well, Deputy, to answer your questions in order, my plants need watering, and tan lines are unbecoming. In fact, I've only got these on for a place to hang my radio. And to be polite, of course. Speaking of which, it'd be awful polite for you to fill my lemonade glass when you're done with mine. And it was just then that they made their move. Not the chrysanthemums, they always stay put, but the legions of darkness. And it seemed my leisure time was quickly coming to an end.
Unit 1. Come in, Unit 1.
What is it, Frankie? I'm working on my 10.
We're getting complaints of a smell coming from the McAllen's place.
A smell? You telling me a smell is against the law? Is there even a radio code for that, Frankie?
I don't believe there is one for a smell, sir.
Well, say old Lady McAllen's baking cookies. Is that any reason to mobilize the forces of law enforcement? Because the last time I checked, Frankie, this was America.
I understand the smell is objectionable, sir.
Objectionable? Well, not everyone likes cookies, Frankie. Is that any reason to go making a hoo-ha?
I don't believe it's cookies, sir.
Well, goddamn.
Something about a hoo-ha, Sheriff?
Oh, the McAllen place is supposed to be emitting some kind of objectionable aroma, Deputy.
Huh. Don't they have like 1 million cats over there?
Well, I understand the lady of the house is an aficionado of sorts, but there's no law against that, is there, Dingle?
Not that I'm aware of, Sheriff. No worse than sitting in your damn underwear while your deputy does the...
Unit 1.
Copy that, I said. If it is cookies, Frankie, you can consider me 10-6 until further notice, because for one thing, that's a substantial redirection of resources. And for another, I like cookies, and you can bet I'll be having a few myself. Do you copy?
Copy that, Sheriff.
I hung the radio back on my underwear strap and lay back for one last minute of sun. I had a good idea Byzantium was further away than I thought.
Just can't imagine why you'd want so many cats. Yolanda's neighbor's got one. I swear I could be lying in her bed and allergic from all the way next door.
I drained my lemonade. Well, I didn't know that about you, Deputy.
That I'm allergic to cats?
That she allowed you in her bed. Frankly, I'm appalled.
Will the indignities ever cease?
A little mourning dove landed on my fence post and took a shit. Then it made that funny sound they make and flew away. Not too polite, if you ask me. But things like that I tend to take as a sign. There's no such thing as coincidences in this world. No, the way I see it, everything happens for a reason. I got to my feet and kind of reoriented my underwear for upright mobility. Well, let's get a move on, Dingle. Something's rotten in the state of Denmark. Now, where'd I put my keys? Dingle just stood there for a second.
You gonna get dressed, Sheriff?
Well, surely I considered it, but there were two things that had me leaning the other way. For one thing, the greasy suntan lotion I had all over me did not play well with polyester. And next, the possibility there'd be nothing too bad going on. Most likely I'd send Dingle to the door to check, and we'd head right back here and get undressed again. Not Dingle, I mean. No one needs to see that. Yolanda does maybe, but sure as hell not me. Now, Deputy, we'll just take a little ride. See the sights, smell the smells. The garden can wait, Dingle, don't you worry. 'Tis an unweeded garden. Dingle shook his head. You know, from time to time, I'd almost sense him losing his zest for police work. Almost. But our yoke is a heavy load to shoulder. Even the greatest luminaries among us will occasionally grow weary. Not me, of course, but, well, you get the idea. We pulled up to the McAllens around a half an hour later, after a quick stop by the 7-Eleven for provisions. The slushy kept sliding around in my thighs, and the hot dog tasted like suntan lotion. But the minute I lowered the window to toss out the cardboard hot dog thing, I noted there was indeed an objectionable smell in the air. Dingle did too, and that was plain to see by his cartoonish-looking Adam's apple, just bobbing up and down like it wanted back on the tree.
That sure ain't cookies, Sheriff.
Well, careful you don't toss your own, Dingle. That's just undignified to go wasting a hot dog like that. I had a look up at the door. 3 cats looking back over their little tin food cans. Another one pacing the porch with its tail flicking around like it was trying to shake something loose. Another in the yard with only 1 ear and its 2 back legs, bouncing around like a retarded bunny rabbit. Well, go ahead there, Dingle. Investigate.
You ain't even gonna come with me?
Well, damn, Deputy. I ain't even got my war suit on. That'd be plain unprofessional.
I told you to get dressed, Sheriff.
Oh, I see. Now you're the one giving the orders. It's the inmates running the asylum. The hens running the hen house. God help us all. It's cats and dogs living together.
Speaking of cats, Sheriff, all that cat hair's gonna kill me. I was hoping I could stand back a bit and let you do the talking.
I sat there playing with my mustache a minute, just going through my catalog of leadership tactics. You know, if there's just one thing I've learned in all my years as a luminary, it's this. Sometimes a fella needs to be reminded just who he is. Not me, of course, but other fellas. Dingle, I ever tell you how proud I am to have you as my deputy? Being so brave and heroic as you are, so rugged and manly and downright gallant, it brings a tear to my eye sometimes just to think about it. How I'm just about the most downright goddamn luckiest sheriff there ever was. It's providential, Dingle. I mean, when you really stop and give it a real good thinky. Good gracious, you must have come right down from heaven. The 2-legged cat stopped bouncing for a second and kind of leaned on its face in the grass.
You mean it, Sheriff?
I'm surprised at you, Dingle. Here I am pouring my heart out, and you still doubt me. Let me tell you something. As sure as I've shed my vestments and lain bare my soul, I can think of no better man to investigate this matter than you. He sat there soaking it in for a minute, basking in the adulation, or stilling himself maybe. Already little cat hairs floated in through the open window and landed on my greasy physique. I went ahead and rolled up the window. No need to get dirty. Today, yours truly was administration only. Thusly, I sweetened the deal. I say you go ahead and clear the air like only a man like you can, and after that, we head to Splittail Taco and shut that bastard down. On me, Deputy. I'm talking 10 crunchy tacos and large drinks. Affirmative.
All right, Sheriff. I'm going in.
I thrust out my mustache and gave the deputy a pat on the leg before he got out of the car. I figured in just a minute or two he'd be back holding some cat carcass by the tail. He could dangle it out the window while we went, and we'd maybe fling it off somewhere in Cooter, where it stinks anyway. Justice restored. I leaned back in the seat and watched Dingle navigate the minefield of cats. The retarded one just stopped to look at an old lawnmower and just stood there for a second with its 1 ear folded back. Then it turned around and started hopping the other way. Old Lady McAllen opened the door after a while, and you could practically see the stench hit Dingle. He wobbled a little bit, scared a few cats away in the process, but I was proud to see him compose himself. By the look on Mrs. McAllen's face, she must not have noticed the smell at all. She might very well have been baking cookies in the midst of it. Dingle went inside, and I turned on the radio for a little music. Allowed myself a little glance up at the photo still clipped to the visor. Dearest summer sausage, my old flame. The proverbial one that got away. I wondered how she was getting along up there in Schenectady, with all the city people, and the handheld video games and the panini machines and whatnot. Yeah, sure, I'd tried looking her up on the computer, but with a name like Summer Sausage, you mostly turn up pictures of just that. No questions answered, and it only leaves me feeling hungry. When you really stop to think about it, the whole damn thing is like some cruel metaphor for life. She'd gone up there to be in the movies 10 long years ago. I haven't seen any movie with her in it, but to be honest, I haven't seen many movies to begin with. I guess different people have different ideas about what's fulfilling to them. Some people spend their days watching TV and picking their nose, and others don't have time to do either one. Some people watch actors playing roles, and others choose instead to play real roles. I'll tell you from my own experience, some people would rather play a sheriff's wife on TV than wake up a real one every morning. To each his own, I suppose. Country life just doesn't cut the mustard with some folks. And with a name like she has, I guess mustard is pretty important to her. Now, I'm not saying I'd never set foot in the great white north of Schenectady, but with all their gadgets and Game Boys and whatnot, God knows you'll never catch me slandering an inch of this great country. But to throw away my birthright, toss aside my divine purpose like so much cat shit, I'll tell you what, I'd sooner lay my prick in a panini press. That's to say, I'd already made up my mind. Maybe I was born to walk alone, like a drifter or something. A heart in need of rescue. Just waiting for love's goddamn charity. Lord knows where I'd found the strength to carry on. But I'll tell you what, a man with any guts at all is just bound to get kicked in them. Speaking of which, the deputy came spilling out the door just like someone had kicked him in the guts. And out came the hot dog right there on the porch steps. "Well, here we go again," I said. I got out of the car and hurried over to the porch. I barely made it there in time to steady him before he went over the railing. "What is it, deputy?"
The cats. The stink.
Well, goddamn. I only remembered at that moment I was still in my underpants when I saw Mrs. McAllen standing there looking at me. At first I thought she was blushing, but the longer I looked, that was just her makeup. Beside that, she looked kinda pale, honestly. Morning there, Mrs. McAllen."
Mr. Sheriff, why are you in your drawers?
Never mind," I said. "I was just getting dressed when I sensed Dingle here teetering, and came right away. But enough about that. How you been? How's the mister?"
What's that now? Speak up, Sheriff.
How's the mister?
Oh, Wesley? Oh, you never know with Wesley. Never mind him. What's wrong with this one? He got the coronavirus or something?
No, he's just fine. Must have been something he ate, 'cause there's nothing at all objectionable about this nice lady's home, right, Dingle? 'Cause even to suggest such a thing would be downright uncouth. Ain't that right, Deputy? Ain't that just as right can get?
Right you are, Sheriff.
Oh, well, that's fine. So what brings you gentlemen here today? Mr. Dingle says there's something about a smell in the area. Now, my senses aren't what they used to be, but I haven't noticed anything myself. Oh, I'm sorry. I've forgotten my manners. Come on inside, boys. I'll fix you some lemonade.
Very nice of you, ma'am. After you, Dingle. Dingle regarded me unkindly for a moment, but I gave him my mustache look again to remind him how gallant he was. Now, I'm not sure the deputy is precisely as rugged or as manly as I accused him of being earlier, but if there's one thing I've learned in all my law enforcement experience, it's this. We rise ourselves by lifting others. Dingle had told me old lady McAllen was supposed to have had 1,000,000 cats. Well, if that were the truth, they were all accounted for right there in the front room. And to be honest, it might have been closer to 2,000,000. Tails sticking up everywhere. Some of them walking around, others curled into great piles. The floor was basically one big food dish, and there was a big basin full of water where in a normal house you'd typically find a TV set. Dingle's eyes were starting to water. His face looked a little swollen, too, now that I noticed it.
You boys make yourselves comfortable while I go fetch some lemonade. Fuckstick, shit dick, numbnuts. Make room for the guests.
She shooed a few cats off a partially buried couch.
You two, nutsack. Butt fuck, get.
those are some colorful names, Mrs. McAllen, I said.
What's that now? Speak up now, Sheriff. I can't hear my ass from my elbow.
I said, some colorful names, ma'am.
Oh, you run out of regular ones after a while. Tit fuck, butt plug, Charlie, get!
She brushed a few more cats aside and made space for us to sit down. There was so much fur on the couch, it might as well have been a whole cat itself. The minute I sat down, there were 3 new cats on my lap, even more on Dingle's. A sneeze sent 2 of them scattering, but more moved in to take their place. I could hear Mrs. McAllen filling glasses in the other room.
Bitch ass, dick tits, get! This ain't for you.
I feel like my heart's gonna explode, Sheriff.
Aw, Dingle, there's no reason to get sentimental. Mrs. McAllen returned shortly with 2 glasses of lemonade and handed them to us. There was a whisker in mine, so I put it between 2 cats on the coffee table and regarded the old gal. So you mentioned your senses aren't what they used to be, Mrs. McAllen. How about the man of the house? How are his senses holding up?
Oh, Wesley? Well, I really can't say about him. He hasn't told me one way or the other.
Is he around by any chance?
Oh, he's here one day, gone the next. You never can tell when. Pig shit, get the hell off a fucko. Last thing we need is more cats. Damn it. Sorry, Mr. Sheriff.
Quite all right. So you say Mr. McAllen's in and out a lot of the time?
What's that now?
Wesley, you say he's in and out?
Oh, Wesley's always been a free spirit. He comes and goes. I've grown accustomed to... Dillhole, stop fucking with Buttnut. I've gotten used to it, I suppose. So busy with the cats, I barely have time to... Shit, bastard! The litter's right goddamn there!
So he himself never complained about an aroma of any kind? Mrs. McAllen appeared to mull that one over a minute.
You know what? I just can't remember. My memory's not much better than my hearing these days. Can't remember my ass from my elbow.
You sure do remember a whole lot of cat names, ma'am.
Well, that's for them. Fuckwad, damn it. I tell you, that one's always going bug shit. Ooh, that's another good one.
I stood then, noted my legs were so covered in cat hair, I practically had pants on now. Dingle's face looked like he had stuck it in a bee's nest. Well, in any case, Mrs. McAllen, the deputy and I are going to have to take a little look around just to rule out any potential aromas coming from here. Now, for the life of me, I can't picture how or why that might be the case, but this way, when someone calls me up and says something smells, I can tell them, well, Mister, it sure as heck ain't the McAllen's household, 'cause I was just there myself and it was just as fresh and clean as a daisy.
Daisy dipped in shit.
Dingle muttered. Dingle, I'm surprised at you.
I'm gonna die, Sheriff. I think I see Jesus right now.
Well, God bless you, Mr. Deputy. Have some nice lemonade. Fart face, get.
She batted away a cat pawing at the rim of Dingle's glass. Oh, I'll take mine on the way out. You too, Deputy?
I don't know if I'm gonna make it out, Sheriff.
That's my deputy, always modeling. Well, don't mind us, Mrs. McAllen. We're just gonna have a little looky.
Say you want a cookie? I can make cookies.
No, ma'am. I said we're gonna have a little look around, that's all. You just get back to your kitty cats. You won't even know we're here.
You're queer?
Here. Well, I said you won't even know we're here.
Oh, well, I suppose that's all right. You boys go ahead and do what you gotta. Fucko, settle down. You wanna live outside like two legs?
While the lady of the house tended to her hoard, Dingle and I inspected the premises. The house looked at one time to have been carpeted, but only shreds of evidence remained poking out from under the skirtboards. A Rubenesque specimen of cat filled the entire kitchen sink, and a runty one luxuriated on it like a feather pillow, lapping at the perpetually dripping faucet. 3 others curled up in an empty pizza box watched me defensively like they were expecting me to judge them for it. Dingle kind of wobbled along behind me, just sniffing and sneezing like someone had sprayed him with Agent Orange. Since most of the houses around here were just the same, I knew my way around the corners before I even got to them. The main difference between this house and the next one was precisely what Dingle had noticed. The cats. The stink. Now, a certain amount of the latter could accompany so many of the former, but there was something else underneath it all. The kind of stink that slows a man in his steps, perks the ears up, gets the pupils dilated, puts a deep crease right between a man's eyebrows. The kind of stink that'll make you suddenly aware of your prostate. The stench of death. Follow your nose, Deputy. I expect we'll find a dead one somewhere. We'll give it an honorable burial at the Cooter County Cop Shop, I'm thinking. Maybe stuff it in the mailbox for those jackasses, and that'll be the end of that.
I think it's going to be the end of me, Sheriff.
Well, goddamn, Dingle. Maybe it's just you raising the stink this whole time.
I'm allergic, Sheriff. This has got to be against the Geneva Convention.
Deputy, if there's one thing I've learned in all my years of law enforcement, it's this. Sometimes police work just ain't all that conventional.
Well, forget following my nose. My nose hadn't worked since the living room.
Well, damn, I said. But I suppose it's like anything else. Not everyone has a nose for police work like yours truly. The pantry door hung open, and intermittent on every shelf were cats and boxes of macaroni. A mangy-looking kitty at the bottom stretched out in an open bag of flour. By the look of it, the flour also doubled as a litter box. Beyond that was a little hallway, and the cats went up and down it like city traffic. One heavily pregnant cat had ensconced itself on a pile of old laundry and lay there on her side with her legs sticking straight out. She meowed us both a good morning.
Shit stick, out of the microwave.
The half-bath in the hall had no door to it, and a 2x4 wedged in the jamb held in that much litter. The whole room was full of it, made mountainous with clumps of cat turds. The toilet must have been shut off because it was full, bowl and tank, both with cat food. A couple tabbies sat perched on the rim, eating, with their tails twitching contentedly. God damn, I told Dingle. These bastards are living the life of Riley.
No dead one, Sheriff?
Not a one. And to be honest, I can't say whether we're getting any closer or further from it. What do you think, Deputy? I turned to look at him then, and kinda wish I hadn't. His face looked like a depressurized sea creature.
I'm seeing stars, Sheriff. I gotta get out of here soon.
Well, look harder, Dingle. We gotta be getting close. This ain't the Taj Mahal, you know. Dingle and I proceeded into the bedroom. 1,000 iridescent eyes turned our way. While the typical stink was strong as ever, each one appeared among the living. I got on my knees by the bed and lifted the dust ruffle. A Siamese fella under there hissed at me. Beg your pardon.
Oh, shit!
When I turned to look at the deputy, he had a cat stuck to his face. It must have jumped on him from the bookshelf. Looked to be on there pretty good. Dingle started spinning and knocked over a floor lamp. The cat started doing that scratchy thing with its back feet and popped his collar right open. Deputy, watch the jugular! I considered shooting the attacker just then, but there were a few problems with that idea. First, I had no gun to shoot it with, and second, it was on Dingle's face. But before I could come up with a new idea, Mrs. McAllen came to the rescue.
Fuckstain, bad kitty.
She whapped Dingle's head with a spatula, and the cat went skittering off under the bed.
I'm sorry, boys. Fuckstain's a bit of a dickbag. Ooh, that's another good one.
Dingle, you all right?
Where is he? Let me out, the little prick.
No, Deputy, settle down now. No harm done. You're just fine. I straightened the deputy's collar for him, noting his neck looked a little like the Devil's Tower.
I'm gonna asphyxiate, aren't I, Sheriff?
No. I didn't think so anyway. But a more troubling matter was that we'd been through the entire house now, and we were no closer to what we'd been looking for. Complaining neighbors are one thing. They'll always find something to complain about. But failure, that's another thing entirely. After getting up out of my lawn chair and coming all this way, that was a pretty tough pill to swallow. In fact, I'd rather lay my prick in the panini press. Mrs. McAllen, at the risk of a minor uncouthness, I'm going to have to level with you for a minute. The deputy and I suspect one of your cats may have passed away. And though we keep searching for an answer, we can't seem to find what we're looking for. Now, granted Dingle has the strength to carry on, I ask you, is there anywhere in this house we might have missed?
Well, damn.
She said.
I'm a murder suspect?
No, ma'am, that's not it at all. A cat will die on its own from time to time. Sure as neighbors will be petty now and again. I figure the easiest way to clear the air between you and your neighbors is to locate the source of this passed-on cat and give it the dignified burial it deserves. Rainbow Bridge and all that.
Say again?
Ma'am, is there anywhere in this house we haven't looked yet?
The basement. You've been in the basement?
Well, goddamn. I didn't know there was a basement. Show me the way, Mrs. McAllen. You with me, Deputy? The scratches on Dingle's neck had each blown into swollen red welts.
Maybe I could go wait in the car, Sheriff?
Dingle, that's not very gallant of you. Haven't I ever told you how rugged and manly you are?
Our Father, who art in heaven.
Basement's over this way, gentlemen. Haven't been down there for years. Not since my knees stopped bending right. Shitballs, get!
The basement door was an inconspicuous little door it was easy to miss. Once she cracked it, however, it was pretty clear we were right over the target. The smell billowing out like the entrance to hell. And I've never been more aware of my prostate than I was just then. Good God, Mrs. McAllen, if this ain't the problem we're looking for, I believe it's a worse one.
Say again, Sheriff?
I lifted a hand to dismiss her, then waved Dingle to come down with me. Then I changed my mind and had him go first. A little ways down, I hit a light switch and a dim bulb went on. The moment it did, you could hear the skittering critters and insects down there run for cover. The stench was so thick, I was worried it would soak into my mustache and stay there. And it got even worse the lower we went. A stink so bad, it was heavier than air.
Not feeling so hot, Sheriff.
Oh, Deputy, now's not the time to be so self-conscious. Keeping a handful of his shirt the whole time in case he started teetering again, I followed Dingle down the stairs until we got to the bottom. And once I stepped onto the cement, it was all pretty clear, the source of this olfactory dilemma. Only it wasn't a cat's eyes staring back at me like I expected.
Oh, thank heavens. I thought you'd never show up. Gee whiz, what year is it? Why are you in your drawers?
Well, goddamn. It was old Wesley McAllen, sitting right there in the corner between the water heater and the wall. By the look of him, I guessed he'd been sitting there a long time. First off, he looked like he hadn't had a shave or a bath in months. Second, he had no legs. The lower parts of him, anyway. Just blackened, festering stumps at the knees.
Jesus, Sheriff.
Dingle didn't look much better than McAllen's legs. He was wobbling like we were on the high seas. Dingle? A little mal de mer?
He all right?
McAllen asked. Oh, he's had a hard day. You don't look so good yourself, fella. Mind telling me what the hell you're doing down here with no legs?
Well, I came down here some time ago looking for a bag of beans. Damn cat ran under my feet, and I tripped on him and wedged myself in here. Think it was shitballs, that little bastard. Tried everything I could to get out, but there's just no way. I've been down here for, I don't even know, Sheriff. Must be months.
Well, that can't be, Mr. McAllen. If it were months, you'd surely have starved to death.
I screamed for days, Sheriff, but the old gal can't hear her ass from her elbow. So, after I got done with the beans, I started in on my legs. Ate those, ate 2 cats, a couple silverfish, no salt or pepper. I'm in poorly shape, Sheriff. Think you can yank my ass out of here?
I was still staring at the fella's legs. He was sitting in a pile of shit and maggots, just dangling rotten meat like a month-old turkey carcass. He was wiggling around his upper legs like an excited kid in a big chair. It was no mystery anymore what stunk so bad. McAllen was rotten alive down here. Aside from that, he seemed in pretty good spirits, all things considered. I'm not sure I want to go yanking on you in your condition, Mr. McAllen.
Well, now you sound like my wife, Sheriff. Here, just grab my arm, will you?
He reached out a hand that looked like it hadn't been washed in quite a while. Also looked like it had been used to pull apart cats and legs and whatever else, and not so much as a handy wipe. Deputy, give Mr. McAllen a hand, would you?
Not feeling so good, Sheriff.
His eyes were just about swollen shut now, and his neck looked like a weird pull toy. I wondered if he was going to make it back up the stairs.
Never mind him, Sheriff. You can do it. Just grab my arm there and pull me out. I got no leverage on my own.
Well, so much for administrative work. You know, if there's one thing I've learned in all my years of law enforcement, it's this. You want something done, sometimes it's best to do it yourself. I grabbed Mr. McAllen around the wrist and pulled. He was in there pretty good, I thought. By the size of him, he couldn't have weighed more than $140, probably less without his legs. But once his torso squeezed out from between the water tank and the wall, you could hear the Velcro sound of his ass glued to the floor. I spaced my feet apart and gave him another good yank. The dried shit and whatever else peeled off the cement like an overcooked meal. He was groaning and cursing, but being a good sport about it. Better than Dingle, anyway. Another good pull, and I had him free. His legs weren't much help to him, though, and he kind of tipped over and landed on his face. I thought I might have dislocated his shoulder.
Eureka!
McAllen said into an old carpet remnant. Then he kind of flopped around like a warping fish.
Can you get me upright, fellas?
Dingle. I snapped my fingers in front of his face. You with me?
Old Bessie needs milking.
Dingle! I gave him a smack across the face. Not too hard, just enough to bring him back to his senses. He spun around a few times, but when he came back to face me, there was a little more life in his eyes.
What's that, Sheriff?
Grab Mr. McAllen's stumps there for me. Let's get him up the stairs.
Lord help me's dignity.
I could hear Mrs. McAllen upstairs messing around in the kitchen. All these weeks or months or however long, completely unaware of the horror under her feet. And this poor fella, Forced all this time to listen to her bake cookies while he was down here nibbling on his leg meat.
Lardass, get out of the sink.
You know, once in a while, a man in my position just has to pause and try to make sense of it all. Life can indeed be cruel. That all these years I've been saddled with my great commission, and the woman I love is off gallivanting. And here we are, McAllen and me both, just surviving off our own resources, rotting away. One day I was going to do something about that, I decided. One day when the scales of justice were plumb level and the legions of darkness were finally brought to heel. One day I was going to strike a blow for all the sheriff balls of this world. I wasn't sure when, and I wasn't sure how. All I knew was one day I was going to do something. Dingle, after deliberating how to get Mr. McAllen's stumps under his arms, did just that. I got him under the armpits and we walked him up the staircase. Whatever mess was caked in Mr. McAllen's undercarriage was right under Dingle's face, and I'll bet he was pleased for the moment his nose didn't work. Didn't keep him from barfing a little on Wesley's lap, but all in all, he didn't smell any worse for it. We backed out of the doorway and stood in the missus's kitchen, waiting for her to notice. A few cats watched us wide-eyed, then made a beeline for the living room. Lardass wobbled in the sink, but ultimately stayed there.
Agnes, damn it!
She startled when she saw us, and her cookie sheet fell in a litter box.
Wesley, where the hell have you been? Where'd your legs go?
Well, it's a long story.
What's that?
Said it's a long story.
I'd like to know just how long that was, I said, even though I figured it didn't really matter. If there's one thing I've learned all these years, it has to be this. All's well that ends well.
You got the beans? Last I remember, you were supposed to bring up the beans. You been whoring again? Where the hell'd your legs go?
I ate the damn beans, Agnes. Plus 2 cats. And my legs.
You ate the cats? You sick bastard? Which ones?
No Tail and Motherfucker, I think.
Well, fuck me. Why didn't you call me?
I did call you. You didn't hear me.
What's that now?
A great sigh left Mr. McAllen, and he suddenly seemed less relieved than he had just a minute ago.
Sheriff, I changed my mind. Maybe just put me back down in the cellar. I'll get by.
Said you want pie?
Why would you want to do that, Mr. McAllen? Besides, I think you need some medical attention here. Those legs of yours are a bit outside the Band-Aid territory.
You know, Sheriff, I've been down there so long, I forgot what I was missing. But now that you brought me back up here, now I remember. Nothing. That's what I've been missing. Nothing. You know what it's like living with a woman who can't even hear you. Having to say everything twice.
Say again, Wesley.
I hate it up here, Sheriff. I hate cats. I hate my wife. I hate the sun and the moon and the stars.
Oh, just plop him down somewhere, Sheriff. I'll make cookies. Let me just get the flour out. Asshat, get.
I'm too old to go a-whoring. Too poor to go a-drinking. No good news on the radio. Nothing worth watching on TV. Nothing to eat without cat hair in it. And God help you if you eat those cookies. I had it, Sheriff. In fact, now I think about it, these past weeks or months or however long have been pretty darn relaxing. Just put me back where you found me, Sheriff. Throw down a few boxes of macaroni. I'll be okay.
Well, goddamn, I said. 'Tis an unweeded garden indeed.
Unit 1. Come in, Unit 1.
What is it, Frankie?
More calls about the McAllen house. Requesting an update, sir.
Oh, right. Well, I tell you, Frankie, the deputy and I were just there having some lemonade and cookies, and I'll tell you what, just the cleanest, freshest little house I've ever set foot in. I suggest you tell anyone complaining to go check their upper lip, 'cause there might be some shit on it. That's Matthew 7:5, Frankie. Wipe the shit off thine own lip before you go wasting police resources. Do you copy, dispatch?
Copy that, Sheriff.
I hung the radio back on my underwear strap and brushed the cat hair off my cheek. I wasn't so greasy anymore as I was dusty and hairy. The car was gonna need a cleaning. As soon as Dingle's swelling went down a bit, I'd have him right on it. How you holding up there, deputy? Fresh air doing you good?
I think the stink's stuck in my nose, Sheriff. I may never get rid of it.
Oh, just you hold on a second, Dingle. I say there's never been a better time to fart than I let him have just then. I even rolled up the window to make sure he got all of it. How's that, deputy? You know, if there's one thing I've learned all these years working together, it's got to be this. Every little problem has a fix. May not always be what you expected it to be. May not always be pretty either. But you and me, pal, we always come out smelling like daisies. Ain't that right, Dingle? Ain't that just as right can get? Dingle? Dingle? Well, the deputy seemed to have lost consciousness just then. Or maybe he was just sleeping. I don't know. It'd been a big day for the both of us. And that's the gospel truth. Speaking of which, you'd no sooner catch me arguing with Matthew than you would my fair dispatcher. Nor would you catch me arguing with John, Paul, or Ringo. Because if there's one more thing I've learned in all my years, it's got to be this. Everyone's gospel is going to be a little bit different. One fella's going to see this, one fella's going to see that. This one's going to smell cookies, that one's going to smell necrotic flesh. Doesn't mean anyone's right or wrong, only that the truth is somewhere in the middle. See, the scales of justice are supposed to wobble a bit, and there's a good reason that lady holding them wears a blindfold. Sometimes you just gotta hold your nose, turn away, and let people do what they're gonna do. About all you can do for yourself is heed the time-honored words of your mama. Always put on clean drawers in the morning. Whatever decisions you make after that, well, it's not always going to be a good one or a bad one. Sometimes you just got to go through the motions. Eventually, I guess you just got to give up. In the case of Mr. McAllen, I guess he had finally found Byzantium. Who was I to turn him around? I got a few odd looks at Splittail tacos and dry cleaning, but Dingle was still unconscious, so I had to go in by myself. What are clothes anyway but a micrometer-thin facade of dignity? A lot of good they did Dingle. So, with the bearing which only a great luminary can carry himself, I ordered 5 crunchy tacos and an orange Fanta. I sat eating and thought to myself, maybe one of these days I'll drive up to Schenectady and see what's what. Maybe I'd trim my mustache up to my upper lip and get a fancy haircut and a pair of loafers, and maybe even a nice suit. Maybe I'd trade my gun in for a handheld video game and learn on the internet about ciabatta loaves and panini makers and coffee-flavored beer and fancy teas. Maybe. And maybe Mr. McAllen will grow his legs back, because a guy like me, I've been walking the lonely street of dreams all my life, and I've learned quite a few things along the way. I know I don't bring them up very often, but believe me, I have. And if there's one thing I've learned most of all, it's this. People don't change. Hell, if you were anything like me, why would you want to?
Hey, what's the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery? What? Toggs looked at me irritated. You heard me, pal. What's the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery? I grimace. I don't know, Toggs. What is the difference between a graveyard and a cemetery? He grunts with frustration and jerks his arm. The chain that binds our wrists is pulled tight and I'm dragged over against my will. It's not a joke, Rufus, Toggs says to me. It's not a setup. I'm asking you genuinely if you happen to know. Well, I don't, I replied, jerking my arm back with a rattle of the chain. I don't know what the difference is between a graveyard and a cemetery. So why don't you just go on and tell me? He chews his tongue, then he spits out onto the wet grass. Ain't no fun, he mutters. A graveyard is a burial ground connected to a church. The cemetery ain't connected to nothing. It stands by itself. I wish I was a cemetery right now, I mutter. He shoves me. I heard that, Rufus. Rude bastard. I didn't ask to be chained to you any more than you asked to be chained to me. He wipes the rainwater off of his free hand and onto the prison jumpsuit, then pushes his fingers through his hair. But if this is a graveyard, then we'll find the church, and the priest will have to help us. We can appeal to his sense of justice and goodwill. Priest? Do Protestant churches have priests? He'll be a minister, surely. Priest, minister, whatever. Point is, he'll be sworn to secrecy. He can help us get away and, hey, maybe absolve us of our sins in the process. It's so difficult to see the world around us. The mist is thick, more fog-like, really, and it stretches far and unforgivingly in all directions, obscuring the hills where certain must lie beyond. We've been trekking through the grim moonlit gray of the countryside moors for most of the night, and we're tired and cold and hungry. The rain is thin and quiet as it falls, but it's been drizzling steadily for hours now, and I know that both Toggs and I could use a little reprieve. Even if the minister's not home, resting in an actual building would be nice. Hell, even under a tree. We haven't seen either for miles and miles and miles, and I have no idea where we are. There's no sign that we've even made any progress since setting out against the myriad of tumbled gravestones that now lie around us, and the faint watchful shadows of the hills in the distance. I told you, Toggs, I say to him, I don't have any sins to be absolved. I'm an innocent fellow, as you well know. He waves his free hand at me. Yeah, as you keep saying. If you're gonna keep insisting you're innocent, well, I don't have the energy to discuss it with you anymore. Nothing to discuss, my man, I replied. I'm owed this escape. My freedom was taken away from me without my consent. Idiot jury and an idiot judge. Nothing more to be said. Toggs says. Then he falls silent and quiet. We walk for a time in silence. The gravestones stretch on with no church in sight. How big is this place, I muse. I ain't never seen any graveyard as big as this, Toggs replies. Graveyard or cemetery, I ask him. Neither. As the gravestones just keep going, the distance between them grows wider, and they become rougher, less clearly defined. The names inscribed upon the stone become illegible. The cracks deepen. Their ages are implied in the creeping crawl of the moss, and the shapes of these markers of lives gone by. As we pass them, their forms become more and more obscure. Some of the gravestones are triangular, or carved with intricate lightning-like lines. Some gravestones are no more than piles of gray rubble, wet and dark beneath the rain. Some of them reflect the moonlight like metal, and others appear to swallow the light altogether. The hell kind of place is this, Togs? I murmur anxiously. My body has reacted to something I can't yet put my finger on, and my gut tells me something is wrong. Rufus, check out that one. Togs raises his hand to point, and my arm is raised beneath via the chain. I don't believe what I see at first, but there's no mistake. Togs points to a tombstone that hovers above the grass, round like a sphere. The rain flows all around it and converges at the bottom, where it trickles down like a little waterfall. Holy! We adjust our course and walk over to it, examining the thing from all sides. Tog even pushes on the thing, but the stone doesn't budge. It's fixed impossibly in place. And this curiosity, this bizarre anomaly, it's set my alarm bells a-ring. This isn't right. I don't think we should be here at all. And I voice this concern to Togs. Yeah, he mutters back, tapping his thumb against his broken nose in thought. This is freaky, Rufus. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. What do you reckon, pal? What should we do? I think we should just keep going, but, faster. I can't see any church, and this place is massive. It could be a war memorial or something. I'm thinking. We could spend hours looking around and not find anything at all. And there's nothing for us back the way we came. No, we should keep moving ahead. Maybe we'll find something, maybe not. But we'll be moving forwards. Tonight will be the hardest night, Togs. It'll only get easier from here. He seems to think it over. I wait for a response patiently. Not that I have much choice, however, given our predicament. The chain jingles softly. A lone bluebird appears from beyond the mist and settles on the zenith of the wet sphere. We look at it, and it looks back. At me, and at Togs. Curious time for a bird to be out and about. Togs gently moves his hand closer to the bird, and slowly sticks out one of his fingers. After a beat, the bluebird hops onto his finger to Togs' delight, cocking its head. Rufus, look! He beams, glancing up at me. I'm looking right at you, man. I see it. The bluebird perches for a moment longer. Then it opens its beak and whistles a low single note. It raises its wings and flies up and away into the fog, and as suddenly as it appeared, the bird's gone. The rain patters softly all around. All right, says Togs quietly. Let's keep moving. The burial grounds stretch on. The tombstones don't return to their regularity, nor do we come across any hint that they might be soon coming to an end. I was lucky enough as a kid to visit France with my folks. They took me to the American World War II cemetery in Normandy. The scale of the place, the death, it made an impact on me, that's for sure. But this place is bigger by far. It must be. We walk, but still the graves keep coming. Togs keeps twitching and shooting looks over his shoulder. I don't blame him, but he's making me feel worse. I'm already on edge, but he's sharpening it. Many of the gravestones fail to connect to the ground now. Various shapes, spheres, cones, rectangles. One strikes up toward the sky like a dark obelisk. One sits half-buried in an anomalous patch of wild grass, marble carved to the shape of a coffin. Another looks like an angel, man-sized, with 4 outstretched wings and a blindfold over its eyes. The rain leaks down its face as we approach the crest of a hill. Well, this is good, I whisper. We'll get a vantage point over what lies ahead, fog permitting. And it does to an extent. We come to a stop at the hill's summit, and we look out over the plain, wet, grassy fields below. They drop into a wide valley before rising again toward another hill, one taller still at the opposite side. The sight is quickly lost to the silver gray of the moonlit mist, and it is filled, absolutely filled, with twisted graves. The spaces between them are wide, but they're everywhere. Lord have mercy, Togs whispers in a voice heavy with fear. Then he drops to his knees, dragging me down to a stop as he does so, clasping his hands together in prayer and muttering to himself under his breath. I push him lightly. What the hell are you doing, Togs? Are you going to tell me you've found God now? A little late for that, don't you think? Given all you've done. Haven't you read the Bible, Rufus? Togs replies, his eyes still closed. Ain't never too late for repentance. You'd be smart to do the same and all. I told you, I hiss. I've got nothing to repent. I'm innocent. Always have been. Togs doesn't reply. He only continues his prayer. And there's nothing I can do but wait. So I sit next to him and try to imagine my future life. A life in which I'm free. I'll have to escape the country, that's for sure. I might head to the islands. Wait until I've been long forgotten and the state decides its funds are better directed elsewhere. I imagine myself in a little wooden boat, the sun warm on my skin, as I paddle leisurely across a sparkling stream to my new village. Maybe I'll help run it, or I could keep the people safe from outsiders. Maybe I could learn to fish. I shiver and wrap my free arm around my sodden chest. Icy water drips from the end of my nose. The air around me is thin and breezeless, but goosebumps ripple up my arms regardless. A rumble reverberates through the ground. I disregard it at first as a falsehood, an imagining of my mind, but the rumble comes again. Heavy. Togs, I muttered through clenched teeth. Prayer time's over, pal. We gotta keep moving. The rumbling grows more prominent. I can hear it as well as feel it now, too. Low, long thuds, echoing through the valley beyond. Togs! The man opens his eyes. We gotta go, man. Come on, get up. But Togs only stares ahead, wide-eyed, and I turn to follow his gaze. And, with the rumbles, a creature appears through the mist. I think it's a creature, at least. It looks like one, though it moves more like a machine. And it's colossal. A giant shadowy silhouette in the fog takes slow step after step through the valley before us. And whilst the valley is deep, the being nonetheless stands just above our eye line, even after we've scrambled to our feet. But we can't look away. It pushes gradually into view. The being holds the form of an enormous, dark stone horse. Its eyes are spirals carved into the rock, and its feet end in curved and stony blades, slowly rising and falling one after the other as it moves through the valley. Churned up muddy holes in the grass, these scythe-like hooves leave behind quickly regrow at such a speed that we can see the grass reclaiming the wounds in real time. Neither of us moves. Neither of us can. We just watch as the great horse steps closer and closer, pushing aside the mist, walking carefully between the multitude of graves, and it passes, silently turning its enormous stone head to look at us as it does so. We stare into those spiral eyes, and the spirals stare back. But the being does not slow. After a moment of what could surely be none other than a mild interest at best, it turns again to look in the way of the direction it's heading. On it goes, and we watch, feeling the rumbles in the ground grow fainter and fainter as it disappears once gained into the fog. And the rain falls. And light flashes on the opposite side of the valley, near the top of the long and high hill, brief but definite. A flash of orange-yellow light. Like moths, we're drawn to it. Light, warmth, fire, safety, Help! Could be them, Togs murmurs, still in a daze. Maybe they've caught up, found us. Togs, I reply. Even we haven't found us. What chance do they have? True, he says, and we stand in silence for a moment longer, watching. The light flickers again. What the hell was that thing, Rufus? Togs asks quietly, turning to face me. I shake my head. Who can say? All I know for sure is that I feel like we've stumbled onto something we weren't meant to. I don't think we belong here, man. No, he agrees. And did you feel it? When it looked at us? Do you feel that wave of cold, of regret? I nod. Dread, I mutter. And Togs nods again. Yeah, dread, that's it. Dread. But that, he points to the flickering light, that ain't dread. That's our way out, Rufus. Our way into a better life. And I do believe that Togs is right. But we'll have to go through the valley, I say. We'll have to make it quick. I don't want that thing to come back, whatever it is. I can't be dealing with it coming back. All right, Togs nods and grimaces. I clap my hands together and Togs' arm jerks over. Let's do this, I say. And after a quick but deep breath before I have time to psych myself out, I began to half run, half skid down the west slope of the hill and into the valley. Togs is dragged along with me, but soon finds his balance. Down we go, slipping and skidding. We tumble into a heap at the bottom. Togs actually kept his footing at first, but I fell to the grass, and my comrade was dragged down with me. He clambers to his feet and helps me up, and we take in our surroundings. Nothing but grass and graves and mist. The valley seems wider from down here. Quickly but cautiously, we begin to hasten past the gravestones toward the opposite hill. They twist and bulge out at strange angles. Some are simple crosses, and some are far more complex. But the names on these ones are all quite clear, and I'm forced to halt about halfway across as Togs has chosen to stop to read one. Togs! I hiss, jerking his arm back via the chain. Let's go, man. I don't want to stick around here. It's her, Rufus, look. Togs whispers, his voice raw. I take a step closer beside him and look down at the grave. It is in the shape of a star, like one a child would draw, and connected to the ground. The name is one that we both recognize, of course. What the hell's she doing here, Rufus? How's this possible? I don't know, man. Look, let's just keep going, yeah? The light is... Togs swivels at once and grabs me by the collar. He stares into my face as my hand is jerked up at an awkward angle with the chain. What the hell is she doing here? What is this place, Rufus? Jesus, I don't know, man, I don't know. Let me go. I push him away with the rattle of the chain, and Togs runs his free hand through his hair. Then he looks at it. His fingers shake. I wasn't joking earlier, Rufus, he says quietly. About the absolving? About the repentance? Will I ever be free? Truly free, I mean? Or is this my curse, to live like this? Forever? The ground rumbles. Questions for tomorrow, my man. I reply, my pulse quickening. I tug on the chain. Time to go. Now, man. Now! I first set off into a run, dragging Togs behind me, but he quickly falls into step. The rumbles grow heavier, and we reach the base of the slope. It's steeper this time, but the light still flickers overhead, a little beacon through the mist. We scramble up side by side, dragging out clumps of mud and grass as we clumsily and desperately ascend. I see the shadow of the beast at the edge of my peripheral vision, and it spurs me up faster still. Togs, come on! I jerk my arm up violently. The bastard is too slow. But the light is close now, and we realize that it's not one but many. Dozens of fireflies flicker as they loop through the air above a stone archway embedded in the hillside. A faint, silvery curtain hangs from the stone and obscures the way ahead. I shoot a glance over my shoulder. The colossal stone horse stands silently, waiting, watching. Its presence is overbearing. Looking into those spiral eyes, I feel great pressure weighing down upon me. I don't know what this monster wants, but I can't stand it. Togs has overtaken me. He feels the same way about the horse and about the arch, I can tell. Dread lurks behind and hope lies beyond. Escape. And so, without a second thought, he barrels through, pushing aside the curtain and clambering into the mist ahead. My arm is jerked up behind him, and I scramble after in quick pursuit. But I can't pass. My knuckles crack painfully against the curtain as if it were made of rock as I crash into the side with a cry. Togs has vanished from sight completely, and the chain's metal bites painfully into my wrist as he tries to continue. "Togs!" I shout. "Togs! Stop, damn it, stop! I can't get through!" The side of my face and my shoulder are frozen against the cold stone. I swear, muttering and slamming my fist against the solid curtain. "Togs!" I jerk my arm back as hard as I can, leveraging my feet against the base of the arch, and Togs is dragged out against his will. The momentum is enough to see us slipping back down the hill, rain-soaked and feverish. The horse stands silently, watching. It's not far away and towers over us. "What the hell, Rufus?" Tug starts angrily as we crashed, bruised, back to the base. "Why did you won't let me pass? Didn't you hear me? I can't get through the curtain." I throw my arms around expressively, and Togs grunts with frustration as his arm is thrown around too. He shoves me. "What do you mean, it ain't letting you pass? You just go through the curtain." "I can't," I shout at him, then quieter. "I can't." And we stand there for a second, staring at each other at the base of the hill. The drizzle patters down all around, against the grass and the wet stone of the curious graves. The enormous horse of the graveyard watches on. Togs licks his teeth. His eyes dart up to the arch, up to the curtain that promises salvation. An escape from the world between us, two unlucky souls have somehow stumbled onto. He means to leave me behind, I realize, with a strike of sudden fury. This bastard, after everything I've done for him, after I stood up for him when no one else would, he's going to leave me behind. But he can't, can he? Because of the chain. Tog's expression changes. He lets out a noise of rage, half grunt, half snarl, and he pushes his feet into the ground and yanks back his arm as hard as he can. I stumble and trip over his outstretched foot, but ultimately keep my balance and shove him into the hillside. He shoves back, and I slam my forehead into his own. "Asshole!" he screams, reeling back in agony. "Screw you!" I shout into his face, and his brow contorts with rage. He pulls back his fist, the one connected to the chain, and my hand is drawn to his neck. I bring the other up too and rush forward, roaring with my drive for survival as I shove him to the grass by the graves, strangling the man as hard as I can. Why him? Why is it that he can pass, but I cannot? His eyes bulge in surprise. He chokes and sputters, grabbing and smacking my hands with his own, scratching. Then he bares his teeth and reaches up, shoving his thumbs into my eyes. One misses and strikes the edge of the socket with a painful thud, but the other plunges deep into my eye. I reel back in pain, screaming, "Go on then, bastard! Kill me! Kill me if you can! Enjoy dragging around my corpse, you dumb prick! Kill me like you killed that little girl!" Despair passes like a shadow across his face. "It was an accident, Rufus! He shouts, his voice cracked and hoarse, as he forces the words through his bruised windpipe. You know it was an accident. His fist connects with my cheek. I feel a tooth loosen in the side of my mouth with a sharp burst of pain. My wrist is smacked across my lip as we stumble and stagger through the valley of graves. He expects me to go down, but I do not. I brace against him and punch into his stomach. The air is forced from his lungs as I grab my comrade's collar and shove him up against the nearest gravestone. Tall, cracked, and moss-covered, it rises like a twisted flower of stone. Then why did you drive away, Togs? Why did you keep driving, drunk off your ass? Imagine if you hit someone else. Do you even remember? Maybe you did. He thrashes and brings a fist up into my chin. He tries to push me away, smacking the sides of his hands into my ears. I keep shouting into his face. You don't deserve to be free. Do you think I even wanted to escape with you? You're a menace, Togs, you dumbass. You're evil. You'll never get salvation. He screams and slams his head into mine over and over until I start to feel dizzy. I release him, clutch my temples, grunting as I'm slammed down hard onto the side of a low gravestone. I admitted what I did was wrong, Rufus. Always. But you're a liar. You ain't never been an innocent man, and you'll burn for what you did. You can't even admit it to yourself, he spits. You're weak. Weak, I choke out, fighting his hands away from my neck. You ran down your own ex-daughter because you couldn't handle a breakup like a grown man. And I'm weak? You're the one who's weak, you child killer. The fight goes on. The horse seems to watch with cold curiosity. And eventually, Togs has the chain wrapped around my neck. He pulls it tight with a foot against my shoulder. Togs! I gasp out, scrabbling my hand around and trying to pull the chain away from his grip. White flashes of light at the edge of my vision. Togs! I slam my hand against the grass, retching and convulsing. Please! And just as I think I'm about to pass out, he releases his grip, and I fall face first into the mud where I lie and gasp, spluttering and rolling onto my side, filling my lungs with the thin, wet air of the graveyard. I don't move to strike Togs back, nor does he move against me. We spend a few minutes recuperating, breathing, blinking, wiping the blood from our brows. And when I finally turn to face him, he's looking up into the eyes of the great horse. It stands completely still, and at this moment, it might as well be nothing more than a colossal statue. I'm sorry, Togs, I say to him, my voice a wreck. Me too. He replies, I don't know why the curtain doesn't let me pass. Maybe it says something about my character over yours. I don't know. And I'm sorry about what I said to you. I didn't mean it. You were right, though, Rufus, Togs replied, wiping his eyes and running his fingers through his hair. I am what you said, a child killer. And I don't, his voice breaks, I don't deserve salvation. I press my free hand against my jaw, and it throbs painfully. Look, come on, Togs, you said it yourself. It's in the Bible, right? Never too late to be redeemed. I don't know if I ever really believed all that, pal, says Togs sadly. He finally turns to look at me, taking his eyes away from the spirals of the horse. Do me a favor. Come with me to the horse. He lifts his arm, and the chain rattles softly. Droplets sprinkle down to the grass in the moonlight. I stare at him in alarm. Do you want to go closer to that thing? Togs, I don't know what to say. I don't understand his thought process. No, we need to keep moving. Find a way to get me past the curtain, or find another way. I don't want to go through the curtain anymore, Rufus. I'm done. I'm just done. He looks behind him at the grave in the shape of the shooting star, the one carved like a child's drawing. Togs, my voice is quiet. Buddy, come on, man, please. Just come with me to the horse, Rufus. You still feel the same way about it, don't you? The dread? I get that, and I'm sorry, but I don't. I see now. Come on, pal, walk with me. And after a moment of silence, I rise to my feet, grunting through the pain, and the chain links as we walk to the nearest of the horse's legs. My pulse rises, and I try to keep from looking directly at it. But Tog strides forwards, unafraid. Thanks for helping me out, man. Rufus, he says to me, the rain washing the blood down the side of his face. I hope you get the freedom you deserve one day. I really, genuinely do. And he puts a hand on the horse's enormous side-like stone leg. I watch as Togs evaporates as a cloud of dust into the air. With nothing more than a soft sigh, his essence leaves his body, and his flesh dissolves at once like steam. Only his bones are left behind, and they collapse into a pile at the base of the horse's leg. I stare in disbelief as the loose end of the chain drops through the air before bumping against my leg. The bones clatter to join their fellows. Togs, I whisper, and the horse moves. It raises its leg slowly, and then the other. It turns in a wide circle, and mechanically strides away into the fog, fading into shadow, then disappearing altogether in the silver gray. I made it out of the valley eventually, listener. The death of Togs hit me harder than I would have expected, especially given not 15 minutes earlier I'd felt prepared to kill the man myself. Not that I think I would have done it, however. There's enough blood on my hands, but it took me a long time. To get out, I mean. The sun never rose, the rain never let up, and despite my best efforts, I could not pass the curtain. I just couldn't do it. I searched the valley for hour after hour. I drank the water that condensed on the grass. I climbed the hills and hunted for a sign of escape for days. But I was always led back to the valley. And it was not until I'd buried Tog's bones that I could pass through the archway in the side of the hill. Beneath the flickering fireflies, I remember turning around one last time, watching as a gravestone grew out of the spot in which I had buried him. It carved and formed itself into the shape of a little bird about to take flight from its perch upon the branch of a small stone tree. And so I left the valley. I escaped. I fled the country as I said I would. I made it to the islands, and I've been here for months now, keeping as low a profile as I can. But there's one thing that remains from my past life. The chain. The damn chain. Empty at one shackle, of course, but still tightly affixed around my wrist on the other. I can't get it off, and I can't get it unlocked, nor can I cut through it no matter what I try to do. And sometimes, I swear, especially at night, it's almost like I can feel someone tugging at the other end.
Rain fell on the roofs of the just and the unjust, the saints and the sinners, those who knew peace and those in torment, and tomorrow began at a dark hour. Robert R. McCammon, mine. August 6th, 1982 was a day in Duxbury that no one liked to talk about. No one who is still around that remembers it anyway. It had been a hot one. Hot, humid, and most of all, wet. It had been that way all summer. Unnatural, the old-timers were known to say. By midsummer, rainfall all along the East Coast had hit records not seen since the 20s. The nearby swamps and rivers had deepened, dark, murky water encroaching onto lands normally dry. The Duxbury bogs and the North Hill Marsh Sanctuary in particular had been cause for concern. By mid-July, courtesy of the bogs, Pilgrim's Highway had been flooded over. It was blocking Mayflower Street down past East Street. Island Creek Pond and the North Hill Sanctuary had joined forces, hence turning the lands that divided them into one giant wilderness of muck and water. And by the end of July, it looked like Cranberry Bog and Pine Lake were on the verge of rising high enough to join the other two and submerge the whole damn area. It had been an ugly business already. Homes in and around Pettibush Lane, Maple Pond Lane, and Evergreen Street had already been lost to flooding, and there had even been talk last weekend during the Duxbury Town Hall Council meeting of the possible necessary evacuation of Tinker's Ledge Road if the rains kept up. That had gotten people bugging. Marcus McDuff had leaped up and shouted with the vigor of a man half his age, declaring that they'd have to drag his dead body off his apple farm if they came to evacuate him. There had been a grasshopper boom as well. Everyone said it was because of all the rain. The population thickened as one got further from the busier streets. Certain sections of the Witten Woods were so thick with the little green insects that it was hard to describe in words. One had to see it to believe it. On some of the trails, every step one took would literally be accompanied by many tiny, springy sounds as the brainless bugs leaped away from whatever giant passed them by. They hadn't been the only insects to flourish in the unusually wet weather. The cicadas had come out in force for the season as well, and they sang their summer songs with unprecedented enthusiasm. Every evening around dusk, they'd alight in the branches of the trees and chirp up at the brilliant shifting purple and orange canvas in the sky. In the trees all along Island Creek, the insects seemed to be especially prevalent. In certain sections of the creek, one would have to practically shout to be heard over the buzzing cacophony. It was, needless to say, not a good season for insectophobes. Despite all the climate issues, the tourist season, small as it was, did not seem to suffer, which had been quite a relief to the local business owners. And ever since August started, it hadn't rained. As a result, the general mood around town was brighter than usual. But on this early afternoon, one resident's mood was especially chipper. Deputy Robert Maxwell was walking down Harrison Street with a particular pep in his step. That was because he had just scored a dino date with the town Betty. She was a bodacious babe by the name of Mary Barbadino. She had been the morning waitress at Alice's restaurant for going on 3 years now. Bob had grown up in Duxbury and had always liked Alice's, but it had become his pre-shift breakfast spot pretty much every day since he'd first laid eyes on Mary in that tight-fitting waitress uniform, even on his days off. He still couldn't believe his luck. At the ripe old age of 37, Bob was not exactly known for being a ladies' man. He wasn't some hosier or anything, but he was no primo stud either. And she'd approached him. He'd known that Mary had broken up with her boyfriend Marcus Green 4 months prior, but he had never had the cojones to do anything about it. The situation between Mary and Marcus was like a badly written movie. Marcus and his posse were the local tough guys. He and his crew always seemed to be getting into trouble, be it a fight at the local bar or a domestic dispute at one of their biker parties. Suppose it was true that in life everyone had a role to play. Then it was Marcus's destiny to be an asshole. That's not what had stopped him from making a move on Mary, however. Bob was a roller after all. He'd just been too chicken. So this morning, when Mary came over with a cup of coffee and slid into the empty seat across the table from him, he'd been struck speechless for a few seconds. The conversation had been quick and direct. Mary talked, and Bob mostly nodding and trying to keep his mouth from hanging open. She wanted to know if he was interested in catching a movie after her shift. Bob would have watched the punkest movie in the world with Mary. He quickly agreed, and the two had made plans to meet when she got off at 5. The deputy made it to the corner and took a right onto Washington Street. He was headed to Barry's Meats, the local butcher shop. Barry was legendary in the region for his kielbasa, and tonight, after whatever movie they ended up seeing, he was going to surprise Mary with a better meal than Alice's had ever put on a plate. He walked briskly. He was passing Beaverbrook Lane and making a mental note to stop at Snug Harbor Wine on his way back home. It was nearly 12:30, which gave him approximately 4.5 hours to get dinner made, get dressed, and be back at Alice's. He'd originally been scheduled to be on duty until 6, and had agreed to meet Mary without giving it a second thought. After realizing his error, he'd worried that the boss man wouldn't be accommodating to his sudden plans. But after he made it back to the station, Sheriff Copper had been all too happy to give him the night off. In truth, Copper at first had been as incredulous as Bob had initially been, but the sheriff was a good, if not gruff man, and with a hearty laugh had granted his request, giving him a hard pat on the back and leaving him with these wise words, "Happy hunting, son," as he walked out through the station doors. He swiftly passed a group of children playing in Washington Park. Off in the distance, a baseball game was going on. He vaguely remembered seeing a flyer earlier in the week stating that the Duxbury Dragons would be playing their first game of the season today. Across the street loomed the St. John's Evangelist Church. The ancient stone structure cast a long shadow across the street. Bob only gave it a cursory glance as he passed it by. He was not a religious man, though his mother regularly attended. In truth, the place had always kind of creeped him out. He looked around. He didn't see the local pastor, Father John, anywhere, which he ironically thanked God for. The short, fat man was always lurking about somewhere in town, always looking to add to the flock, as he put it. Lurking. No, that wasn't the right word for it. For all their brief encounters, and by all accounts, Father John was a pleasant man. He was known for his charity work and volunteering at the local soup kitchen. He felt like a dick for having the thought initially, and quickly pushed it out of his mind. By the time he had crossed Freeman Place, walking alongside the Hudson Bank's monolithic structure, his thoughts had once again returned to Mary. He tried to figure out what exactly he'd done to make this morning so different from all the countless others. He glanced to the left, looking at his wavy reflection as he passed by the floor-to-ceiling windows of a massive building. Well, he had started working out. In fact, in the last 2 months, he'd lost almost 20 pounds. A big part of that was a change-up in his diet. Egg whites and coffee for breakfast instead of pancakes. Salad for lunch instead of a burger. Come to think of it, hadn't Mary been the one to first suggest his change-up in breakfast? Or maybe it was his fresh new stash. At first, he'd been hesitant to try and grow one. Stylized facial hair had never been his thing. But he quickly realized that it was choice. His mom said he looked like Tom Selleck. Bob was enwrapped in one of these thoughts as he reached the corner. He wasn't looking in any particular direction, and only half heard the quick, panicked steps. Just before, someone came sprinting around the other side of the building and collided straight into him. The deputy was knocked off his feet, landing hard on his back. He managed to keep his head from bouncing off the pavement, but for a few seconds, he saw stars anyway. "Bab!" He recognized Boston George's voice. He sat up and attempted to bring the man into focus. "Oh, Babby, thank God it's you." Bob began to slowly climb to his feet, but the skinny 40-something man was faster. He practically leaped up and dashed over the deputy before offering him a hand and helping him to stand. "We got a real situation here, Babby," the man was saying. His eyes were darting around frantically. At that moment, he looked like a rabbit that had just escaped a wolf. Georgie McCabe, or Boston George, as the locals knew him, had gotten his name because of his heavy accent, and because, well, he was from Boston, which could be quite a big deal in some circles within such a small town. He was a born and bred Irishman of the big city on a hill, as he was wont to say. Bob had never been, but he imagined that Georgie was a pretty accurate representation of the average Bostonian. Boston George had moved to Duxbury from Beantown 3 years prior. He always seemed to have a lot of money, though no one knew exactly what it was he did. He drove a candy apple red BMW M1, almost always with the top down, even in winter. Anywhere he went with it, he drove like a man on his way to save the world. Georgie had accumulated quite an impressive pile of tickets and citations since coming to Duxbury. But he always had the money to pay off his fines, and so had remained on the road. For now, Sheriff Copper had said to Bob one night at the station. Copper didn't like Boston George. However, Georgie seemed oblivious to the fact. He kept speeding, and the Duxbury Police Department kept profiting off of his stuntman antics. Bob had never ticketed Georgie personally, however. He and the Irishman had become sometime poker buddies shortly after his arrival. The deputy liked to gamble once in a while. Georgie loved it, and the man had one hell of a poker face. Over the last 2 years, he'd taken far more of Bob's money than Bob had his. That was for sure. The man also liked to sometimes go out day drinking, as he put it. And as he took in George's disheveled appearance, he began to suspect that was exactly what the man's afternoon activities had consisted of thus far. The thinning hair in his head stuck out in tufts, pointing in all directions. His aloha shirt was only half tucked into his shorts. Bob realized that the man was also missing one of his flip-flops. But there was a distinct panic in Georgie's eyes, a sort of wild terror that gave him pause. The man was talking, he realized. Thickly accented words were flowing out of his mouth a mile a minute, though he had no idea what he'd been saying. "Take a red, Georgie!" Bob shouted, raising his hand and silencing gesture as he did. George fell quiet. For a few seconds, all that could be heard was the chirping birds and Georgie's ragged breathing. What is the problem? He didn't have time for this. There's... George gulped in a lungful of air, trying to steady his voice. "There's some kind of monster in the dumpster behind Barnes Market, and I think it got Old Man Pete." "What?" Bob asked, truly at a loss. "Oh, for God's sake, Bob. I'm telling you that there's something in the damn dumpster behind Barnes Market, and I think it got Pete." The man was quickly becoming hysterical. Okay, Bob said, raising his hand once again in a placating gesture. "So tell me what happened." "I was sitting outside Lux Cafe, out in one of the chairs in the patio, just having a drink, you know?" At this, Bob quirked an eyebrow. Georgie didn't seem to notice. "Anyways, so I'm sitting there, out on the patio, when I see Old Man Pete come out of his store and go around to the back of the alley with a bag full of trash." Pete Barn was the elderly owner of Barnes Market, the local grocery co-op. Even in his 70s, Pete had moved like a man half his age. That is, up until his wife Edna had passed last winter. Since then, Pete had developed a noticeable stoop in his stance. Now he walked with slow, pained movements. These days, he seemed to look at the ground more than anything else. In truth, it pained the deputy to see the old man slowly fall apart. Bob had known Pete since he'd been just a boy. He'd been known as Old Man Pete even back then, but in those days, he'd sported a full head of gray hair. "So, after 5 minutes go by," Boston George was saying, "I notice that Petey hasn't come back out from the alleyway yet. So I start worrying that the poor old bugger's hurt himself or something, you know? So I get up and I go across the street to go check on him." Bob knew the area George was referring to well. It was called East Cove Plaza, and was consequently the only spot on Surplus Road that had any businesses, 4 to be exact. All located around one square block. Barnes Market and the Red Herring Diner on one side of the street, East Bay Salon and Lux Lounge on the other. Up until a year and a half ago, there had only been 3 businesses, but Lux had opened up next to East Bay. It was this new-age hippie cafe and bar. It was owned by this unbelievably sexy red-headed fox named Greta Thompson. She'd moved to Duxbury about 2 years ago, and after about 6 months had opened shop. That was all he knew about her. He'd never been in the bar. It had simultaneously become a hit with the younger locals and an endless source of gossip for the elders. "So what did you find when you went to go check on him?" Bob asked, feeling a faint sense of apprehension as he did so. "That's the thing, Bab," George said in a hushed tone. "There wasn't no one back there when I got up there. Just an empty alleyway with a dumpster in the back. But I got this really weird feeling, Bob. This really weird feeling that old man Pete was in that dumpster," Georgie continued. Bob already did not like how this looked, though admittedly, he had absolutely no freaking idea where this was headed. "So I get to about 10 feet away from the dumpster, and something's telling me not to go any closer. So I call out Pete's name, feeling a bit silly as they do, mind you." Bob smirked, despite himself. Yes, silly was one word for it. "And just as I say his name, there comes the sound of trash slamming around. And I mean a loud sound. And the dumpster." George trailed off as he shuddered. "The dumpster, Bob. It jerked towards me." Bob raised an eyebrow. "The dumpster jerked towards you." The words just didn't sound right. "Yeah, Bob. And I mean 3 freaking feet." "So what did you do?" At this, George looked incredulous. "What did I do? I fucking ran for my damn life. That's what I did, Bob." Okay, Bob said, raising his hands once again. "Let's go." "Go where?" "Back to Barnes Market." "Back?" "Yes," he said, pinching his nose. "Back to the market." "But..." "Come on, Georgie." Bob cut him off and started walking. 5 minutes later, they were moving down Surplus Road, almost halfway to the destination. Up ahead loomed the wooden bridge that went over the Bluefish River. The raging waters echoed off the surrounding trees that bordered the street on both sides. Bob had kept up a brisk pace, partly because he was worried for old man Pete, and partly because of his rapidly shrinking timetable. George, to his credit, had kept up. "Are you sure you don't want to call for backup, Bobby?" he half shouted over the thundering river, just as their feet met weather-worn wood. Bob glanced down at the rushing waters of the Bluefish as they clunked along. The river was normally more than a dozen feet below the bridge. On this day, however, was half that. If it got any higher, the city would have to close off the bridge. "Not quite yet, George," he shouted back. "I think I'd like to check things out myself before I go and do that." After another moment, they were across the river and back on the asphalt. With each step, the thundering of the Bluefish faded. Bob looked up at the looming trees on either side of them. The white pines had grown more full and lush than ever before. Bob gazed off into the shadows of the surrounding forest. There was pretty much nothing for about the next quarter mile. Nothing but trees and the encroaching swamp water, that is. Pretty much everything west of Tremont Street was flooded. Thankfully, the 4 businesses that made up East Coast Plaza and thus far been spared from the weather were located about a half-mile east of Tremont, on the corner where Reynolds Way crossed Surplus. As they walked, Bob reflected on the dumpster in question. It was a 15-yarder, if you recall correctly. It was situated between Barnes Market and the Red Herring for the convenience of both businesses. With all the flooding, it really wouldn't be too outlandish if a bear or some other critter had made its way down and jumped in looking for food. They came to a flooded part of the road as they hit the South Station Street's intersection. The water was stretching to the woods on both left and right. They wordlessly walked to the right. Entering the edge of the woods, they used the rocks and roots to keep their feet as dry as possible as they made their way. The water stretched down the street for a good 20 feet before relinquishing its hold on the road. Soon the surrounding forest gave way once again to suburban sprawl. Up ahead in the distance stood East Coast Plaza. He felt an inexplicable twinge of apprehension at the sight of the buildings, and for about a second, he did want to call for backup. But what would he tell dispatch? Boston George thinks that there's a monster in the dumpster behind Barnes Market? Yeah, that would go over well. After another moment of walking, they had reached the front entrance of Barnes. The now open sign still hung in the window, Bob opened the door and stepped inside. They were greeted by the refreshing coolness of the air-conditioned store. "Mr. Barnes," Bob called out. No answer, save for the soft hum of the air-conditioning unit. Bob walked deeper into the store, swiveling his head this way and that as he continued moving down one of the aisles. "Pete?" Again, no answer. This wasn't good. Something was up. "I'm telling you, he's not in here, Bobby," Boston George said in a hushed tone from behind. "Officer Maxwell?" came a voice from the back of the store. Both men turned to see Pete's nephew Doug Jenkins emerge from the back storage room. Doug was in his 40s. He seemed to possess an endless supply of plaid shirts and blue jeans that he wore no matter how high the temperature was. He was a nice guy, though a bit slow. "Hey, Doug," Bob said with a wave. "I was just looking for Pete. Have you seen him?" At this, Doug shook his head. "I was supposed to meet him here. We're going down to the diner at St. John's tonight, but I can't find him, Bob." That last part carried with it a tone of worry. "Don't worry, Dougie," Bob managed to smile. "We'll find him. I'm going to take a look around outside. I'm going to stay here in case he shows back up." Dougie nodded. "Okay," he said. "Cool beans. All right. Me and Georgie here are going to take a look around back. We'll meet you back here in 10 minutes if we don't find him." And with that, George and Bob turned and walked back out. The sticky summer heat practically slammed into them as they stepped through the doorway. Together they walked in silence to the entrance of the alleyway. They rounded the corner and just stood there for a moment. The area was empty save for the hulking form of the dumpster that stood in the back. It was a big, ugly thing that stood about 6 feet high. And yeah, it was indeed a 15-yarder. There's no way Pete fell in there, Bob thought to himself as he scrutinized the hunk of metal. There was something off about it, though, but Bob couldn't quite put his finger on what. At first glance, it appeared the same as it always had. It was just as rusty and weather-worn as ever, still the same dirty green color with the words Patterson Waste Disposal written in big white letters on its beat-up exterior. He was pretty sure that Boston George was right, though. The dumpster seemed like it was farther from the back wall than normal. Maybe George had been partially correct. Perhaps some bear or something had wandered down and climbed in looking for food. Again, considering the flooding, it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. After all, the wildlife was known to wander into town from time to time. Bob moved cautiously forward and then stopped when he was about 15 feet away. Some vague, primal instinct was warning him not to get any closer. He stood there in silence for a moment, listening for any sign of movement from within the rusty metal structure. Nothing. Not a sound. He straightened and let out a sigh. Jesus, he felt ridiculous. Boston George was just buzzed. Pete Barnes had just gone out on some sudden errand and forgotten to lock up. Yep, that was it. He started to turn back to George when he noticed the shoe. It was just lying there, about 3 feet in front of the dumpster. It was black. That was about all he could tell from this distance. But he knew. He just knew that it was a black penny loafer. And there was only one guy around who sported that kind of kicks. "Mr. Barnes!" Bob called out towards the dumpster, knowing full well how ridiculous he would look to his peers at that moment. He received no reply. He took a few more cautious steps forward before calling out again. This was also answered with silence. God, what if he had fallen in? As impossible as it seemed, what if Barnes had fallen in? What if he was lying broken and bleeding right now, while he stood there like an idiot? "What's going on, fellas?" a voice suddenly asked from behind, causing both men to jump. Bob turned around, only to see Christy Villaraman's pug-like face. Christy was the owner of East Bay Salon. That meant her husband, District Circuit Court Judge Troy Villaraman, had bought his incredibly unpleasant wife a business to keep her out of his hair, and quite literally in someone else's. Everything all right, Officer Maxwell? She asked innocently. Bob didn't dislike people as a rule of thumb. It was not in his nature, but goddamn if Christy just didn't naturally piss him off. She was one of the town gossip ringleaders, as his mother always put it. Christy had an affinity for other people's business. Her salon only amplified her powers. Bob noticed a few of Christy's customers and cronies had gathered on the sidewalk in front of the salon and were watching their conversation with rapt attention. And god damn it if he didn't have time for this. It was going on 1:15, and he hadn't even made it down to Barry's yet. Christy was a shark, circling a piece of meat on a hook, but he wasn't going to give her one bite. Yes, ma'am, Bob said, beaming. We're just looking for old Mr. Barnes. I think he may have stepped out and forgotten to lock up. Oh, that was all Christy said as she mirrored the deputy's smile right back at him. For a moment, the two just stood there, beaming their smiles at one another. Boston George looked back and forth between the two of them before lifting an eyebrow in confusion at their smile duel. Why, good afternoon, everyone. The three turned to see Father John, standing with Sheriff Copper and Deputy David Quimby. The priest was dressed in his usual black underwrap. He was carrying a cake with pink frosting in a big Tupperware. The short, balding, round man wore his usual warm, toothy grin. Bobby, the sheriff said in greeting and began walking up. Great, Bob thought. Copper nodded at Christy. Ma'am? Sheriff? Christy smiled. This time, the expression was genuine, though. Copper reached Bob and gave him a clap on the back. Don't tell me you got stood up, he said, letting out a great bellowing laugh as he did. No, Sheriff. I'm just teasing you, Bobby, Copper cut him off. Old Dougie told me about Mr. Barnes. Bob noticed Doug poking his head around the corner. I told the sheriff you were looking for Pete, he said. Thanks, Doug, Bob replied. Me and the boys here were just on our way down to get ready for the church cookout tonight, Copper said with a grin. He turned to face the others. Now this right here is a shining example of an outstanding officer of the law. Even off duty, right before a big date no less, we find Bobby here still ensuring the safety of our citizens. He laughed once again, his big belly bouncing up and down. A date? Christy quirked an eyebrow at this. Shit, Bob thought. Yes, Deputy Maxwell, Father John cut, smiling up at Bob, who stood a full head taller than the man. You truly are a good man, aren't you? You know, you are always welcome in God's house, my son. Perhaps tonight you and your lady friend might stop by and partake in the festivities. Thank you, Father. We might just do that, Bob lied. Tell you what, Bobby, Copper said. Why don't you just run along and let me handle finding Mr. Barnes? Bob let out a sigh of relief. Thanks, Sheriff. I owe you one. The sheriff waved this off with a grin. Don't mention it, Bobby. But before you go, do you have any leads? Leads? Bob asked, not understanding. Copper laughed. Yeah, you know, like any idea where Barnes might have got off to? Just then came a brief, faint echo of shifting the trash from within the big green dumpster behind them. Everyone turned. I don't know, but I noticed a shoe that looks like one of his besides the dumpster. So did you take a look? Quimby asked. Deputy David Quimby could have passed for Larry Wilcox's twin. He acted like it too. The all-American high school football hero turned cop. Every day on the job, you'd think that Quimby was acting out an episode of Chips Patrol. The man was wearing his pump-action Mossberg 590 strapped to his back. Though of course he didn't need it. The deputy almost always had the weapon on him. He thought it made him look tough. And in truth, it really did help him get laid. I just got here a minute before you did, he answered. I was about to look, but George said he thought there was some kind of animal in the dumpster, so I was assessing the situation before approaching. Ha! Quimby explained in a clearly fake laugh, slapping a hand across one knee. You're all scared of a raccoon in a dumpster. It ain't no raccoon, Officer Quimby, Boston George replied in a foreboding tone. Christy Ackerman huffed. Bob just ground his teeth, partly because he couldn't think of an adequate retort, but mostly because the answer might very well be yes. That's when Bob realized how quiet it had gotten. The near constant chirping of chickadees was suddenly absent. He tried to remember if he heard any birds when he'd first got into the neighborhood. Don't none of y'all worry your pretty little heads off, Sheriff Copper said as he began walking down the alleyway. The sheriff's on the job. Whoa, what in the hell? The sheriff looked over the other's shoulders. Bob turned. The small group of onlookers from the salon had been joined by a few curious younger folks from the cafe. They were now gathered in the middle of the road, watching them. All right, the sheriff shouted towards the street. There ain't nothing to see here, people. We're just having a conversation, and y'all are wasting your time if you're hoping for some action. And since y'all are grown-ups, I don't think I have to lecture you on how dangerous it is to be standing in the middle of the road. I suggest y'all get. A couple of people shuffled their feet, but no one moved. The sheriff huffed and turned back around to face the dumpster. Fine, he said, and began walking. Sheriff, Father John said, and Copper paused. I'd be careful. The woods and swamps are not far away, and there's no telling what may have crawled out of the bog this time of year. The sheriff smiled. Ah, Father, your concern for my well-being is truly touching. But I'm a big, strong man. I can think I can handle some little woodland critter. He winked and continued moving forward. Copper walked up to the dumpster while the others watched with trepidation. Everyone except Quimby. He was standing there with his hands on his hips, smiling ear to ear. No doubt thinking about how he was going to tell everyone at the station about Bob's newfound dumpster phobia. The sheriff made it to within a foot of the dumpster and looked in. Nothing happened. He turned around to face the others, a big, shit-eating, I'm better than you grin plastered on his face. You see, fellas, he said, there ain't nothing to be afraid of. Are you sure, Sheriff? Boston George asked hesitantly. Copper shrugged and turned back around. Stepping up to the lip of the dumpster, he stood on his tiptoes to get a better look. Whatever animal it was The sheriff's words caught in his throat, and his body froze up like a deer in headlights. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Copper's words were cut short as the 230-pound man was violently ripped off his feet. Simultaneously, there came a small explosion of trash. Garbage whizzed by, and Copper's uniform billowed as if caught in a strong gust of wind. The big man went up and over the edge before disappearing in a blur. He didn't even have time to scream. Everyone instinctively backpedaled. The group of onlookers that had gathered in the street quickly herded themselves back across to the sidewalk on the other side of the road. The smaller group that had been near the dumpster practically leaped backwards to the lip of the alleyway. Deputy Quimby shouted in surprise. Christy screamed, and Bob joined her. It might have sounded like the two were having a damsel in distress screaming contest to the passers-by. If they had been Deputy Maxwell, to his credit, they would have won. Oh my God! Oh my God! Boston George was shrieking over and over as he backpedaled into the street. His hysterics were abruptly cut short as he was suddenly struck by Henry McDuff's truck. Marcus's son hadn't even noticed Boston George until the man was rolling up onto his hood. The farmer panicked as George smashed into the windshield, simultaneously jerking the wheel hard to the left while slamming on the brakes. A split second later, the rusty red pickup smashed into a car parked in front of East Bay Salon. George went rolling off and over the hood of the other vehicle, falling over the other side and disappearing from McDuff's view almost as quickly as he'd appeared. The open bed of the truck had been overflowing with freshly harvested apples. Upon impact, the fruit erupted out of the bed like a volcano, creating a small apple tsunami that rolled across the street. The screeching of tires forced Bob's horrified gaze from the spot where Sheriff Copper had recently occupied to the street behind him, but only for a moment. Once he realized that it was just a car accident, he quickly snapped his gaze back down the alleyway, pulling out his service revolver as he did so, carnivorous dumpsters taking precedent over car accidents. For a moment, everybody just stood there in silence. Then came a great rumble from within the dumpster that, to Bob, sounded like a giant burping. At the same time, several pieces of trash shot up high into the air. The crowd took another collective step backwards as the assorted debris came raining down, clattering and rattling to the ground between themselves and the alleyway. Glass shattered as empty metal cans went bouncing across the pavement. The smaller group at the edge of the alley raised their hands over their heads protectively as garbage came falling to the ground all around them. A big aluminum can bounced off Bob's shoulder. It didn't hurt, but it did make him jump. The last thing to land was the sheriff's hat. The brim had a jagged tear that looked like a shark had taken a bite out of it. The sight of the hat was Quimby's breaking point. A second later, the man let out a howl that was one part terror and one part war cry. He raised the pump action, which Bob only now realized the deputy had unslung from his back, and the weapon boomed deafeningly. It happened so fast that Bob hadn't even had time to shout at him to stop, or he could hit the sheriff. The buckshot struck the side of the dumpster, sending out a shower of sparks, but as far as Bob could tell, it failed to penetrate the thick metal. Quimby continued moving forward, pumping his shotgun and firing over and over, howling like a madman, all the while, boom, boom, boom. Each shot that hit the rusty metal caused another shower of sparks. Every round ricocheted off. Bob saw a chunk of the red brick wall of Barnes Market disintegrate beneath the weight of the buckshot. Everyone but Quimby seemed to be aware of the danger. The crowd was collectively panicking as the deputy continued to unload the contents of his weapon. Boom. Just then, one of Quimby's shots finally managed to penetrate the damaged metal. And that's when the proverbial shit truly hit the fan. The dumpster exploded into motion. It came rocketing forward in a blur. Its wheels screamed maddeningly as the rusted hunk of metal attained a speed it had never been meant to. Quimby, who had only been about 10 feet in front of the nightmarish thing, had no hope of getting out of its way. It smashed into him with bone-crushing force. Bob was sure that had it not been for the screeching tires and the shrieking people, he would have surely heard Quimby's bones shattering. Several things happened in the next 3 seconds. The unfortunate Deputy Quimby was violently dragged beneath the rusty behemoth, except that no part of him fit between the 5 or so inches of space between the bottom of the dumpster and the pavement. What quickly followed reminded Bob of what he compulsively did every morning with his toothpaste at home. Everything inside the deputy's body was forced forward, rocketing under his skin until the bottom of the dumpster met with Quimby's head. Then there came a loud thwop that sounded a lot like the noise balloons make when one jumps up and lands down on both feet. And in some grotesque feat of physics, most of what had made Quimby tick exploded out of the top of his skull like it was being shot out of a cannon. Bone, entrails, and other less identifiable things quite literally erupted into the street as blood and bone mixed with the apples and broken glass. That was all in the first second. Bob and Father John were the next people standing in the monstrous thing's path. There was no time for words. The deputy prepared to leap for his life, but everything felt like it was moving in slow motion. The rusty behemoth was already practically on top of him. That's when Bob felt Father John shove him with a strength that seemed impossible for a man so small. It felt like Conan the Barbarian had steamrolled into him with all his fictional might. Bob went flying off his feet, hitting the ground and tumbling out of the way just in time. For one split second, just before his mad rolling forced his eyes away from the speeding nightmare, Bob thought he caught the sight of Father John standing calmly on the other side. And as insane as it seemed, he could have sworn that the man wore a look of mild amusement. Bob felt the wind of the massive thing on his face as it passed. He got the scent of trash and blood and something else. Some ungodly stench that made his eyes water and his stomach lurch. Then the dumpster was rocketing across the street. It kept going on its straight path. People shrieked as they tried to get out of the corroded behemoth's way. There came a near-deafening boom of metal hitting concrete as the dumpster went up and over the curb. The thing, to the great misfortune of those still in its path, barely slowed as its nightmarish momentum took it onto the sidewalk. There was a fire hydrant in its way, but it offered little resistance. The hydrant was ripped from its base. Water instantly began to geyser up into the air from where it had been, but the dumpster paid it no mind as it continued on its deadly path. Several people who had failed to get out of the way were struck and carried along with it. It then slammed into the front of East Bay Salon with a deafening kadoom, followed by a chorus of shattering glass. The rusty behemoth bounced off the brick building, then slowly rolled backward and back off the sidewalk before coming to a stop. Bob dazedly climbed to his feet. The front of the salon was painted red. He didn't have to see the other side of the dumpster to know that it was covered in something akin to what you'd see on a conveyor belt in a meatpacking plant. Most of the crowd had finally decided to take the late sheriff's advice and get. People were shrieking and running down the street in both directions. Bob, for his part, just stood there in shock. The icy water from the broken hydrant was rapidly flooding the street. The water reached where he was standing and soon his socks were soaked, but he paid it no mind as his gaze roamed slowly around the scene. There were still about a half dozen or so people stumbling in a shell-shocked daze that mirrored his own. "Christ, Bob, are you okay, son?" Henry McDuff's panic-etched voice brought the deputy out of his stupor. Bob turned to face the farmer. The grizzled 40-something man held a double-barrel Remington in hands that weren't shaking quite as bad as his own. He managed to nod. "Bobby!" Boston George came running up, huffing and puffing all the while. "Oh, Bob, thank God you're okay." The deputy turned and met the man's concerned eyes, thinking at that moment that George was a lot nicer of a guy than he'd ever given him credit for. "We gotta get out of here, Bob." The deputy nodded, and just as he did, the dumpster turned. Not at blinding speed, but not slowly either. Wheels squealed shrilly in the air. As ridiculous as the thought was, Bob swore that the rusty, blood-stained hunk of metal had turned to look at them. "Oh shit," McDuff said under his breath. Without another word, the trio took off toward the row of cars parked in front of Lux. They all sensed what was coming next. Then, like a dog giving chase to a rabbit, the unholy thing came for them. Everyone who'd been wandering around after the initial impact had been jolted out of their stupor when the dumpster had once again begun moving. But at that moment, Christy Villaramarin was awfully close to the thing. She shrieked and began running, her massive blubbery form bobbing up and down so violently that for one insane second, Bob half expected her to start bouncing away. She did bounce once, though. Just before the speeding nightmare struck her, she gave one last panic leap into the air. The woman attained an astonishing altitude. As impossible as it seemed, her tennis shoes had to be at least 3 feet off the ground when the dumpster struck her. She bounced off the frame and even higher into the air. It cartwheeled around and round before falling directly into the open maw of the dumpster. She made a gurgling shriek as she fell away from sight. A split second later, Bob, George, and McDuff were busy trying to scramble over the hood of a big gray Buick Century in front of them. The cars lining the sidewalk, having been parked nearly bumper to bumper, seemed to offer up as good a defense as anything else. McDuff was the first to make it over, the farmer being surprisingly quick on his feet. He turned to help Bob, who was right on his heels. Bob made it to the other side and turned just as McDuff was once again saying, "Oh shit!" Bob whipped around. Boston George was about halfway across the hood. The unathletic man did his best to move quickly, but the dumpster was only a second away from plowing into the car. Bob and McDuff instinctively stumbled backwards. The dumpster blasted into Buick. The car's side crumpled like an accordion as it was forced up and over the curb. All the windows exploded at once. The sheer force of the impact was so powerful that it shattered the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of Lux and knocked both men on their asses. And for the second time that day, Boston George was sent hurtling off the top of a vehicle. He landed on Bob and McDuff, who were blindly scrambling and failing to get out of the sliding vehicle's way. Miraculously, the Buick slid to a stop mere inches from the three men. They only had a second's reprieve, though. As the men began climbing to their feet, a massive tentacle came shooting through the broken passenger side window. The thing was terrible to behold, rippling with corded muscle. At its thickest, it was the circumference of a hubcap. The flesh that covered it was the color of bile, and the smell, oh God, the smell. It thrashed around madly over their heads, the entire frame of the Buick jolting back and forth with the thing's movements. Bob reached for his gun. It wasn't in his holster. Where the hell was his gun? That's when he remembered that he'd taken it out before the monstrosity's initial charge. Boom! McDuff's Remington went off deafeningly over his head as the weapon unloaded both rounds into the thing. The nightmarish appendage jerked violently as both shots found their mark. The flesh, about 4 feet down from the tip, exploded like a watermelon, and a sizzling, purplish fluid came spraying out like it was a high-pressure hose. The top part of the tentacle struck the ground with a heavy thud, and the severed appendage began thrashing about violently. There came a hellish shriek that shook the very air around them, and the mangled tentacle violently snapped back through the ruined car as the dumpster quite literally jerked backwards. The metal behemoth rocketed back across the street. It was attaining a speed that defied reason. It grated deafeningly along the sides of several parked cars in front of East Bay before abruptly changing direction. It flew across the street, slamming into a sedan parked in front of the Red Herring. The frame of the vehicle folded inward. Meadow shrieked deafeningly. Bob quickly leaped to his feet, stumbling to avoid the thrashing tentacle. He looked down. The sizzling purplish blood, if it could be called that, was burning holes in the concrete, making a patch of sidewalk look like smoldering Swiss cheese. He turned to help McDuff up, realizing at the same time that it wasn't the farmer who had fired the weapon. In front of the entrance of Lux stood their savior. It took Bob a moment to recognize the woman. It was Greta Thompson. She was standing there in a blue and white dress, holding the smoking Remington, her face a mixture of rage and terror. "My fucking windows!" she shrieked at the dumpster as it rocketed back across surplus and smashed into a Volkswagen van with a giant peace sign painted in bright yellow on the sliding door. The three men stood and looked at her with dumbfounded expressions. Greta fixed her green eyes on McDuff. "You have any more bullets for this thing?" Yeah. Back in the truck." "Well, that's just Her breath suddenly caught in her throat. Her gaze shifted over their shoulders and her body stiffened. "Come on," she shouted, before darting back through the doors of her cafe. There came another deafening roar from behind. The three instinctively began sprinting for the door. Bob was the last one in. Just as he entered, he turned to see the dumpster once again rocketing towards them. This time, though, it had given itself room for a running start. It plowed once again into the accordion Buick with a deafening kathoom. The car was lifted off the ground and sent tumbling into the front entrance of Lux. It smashed through the little iron gate that bordered the patio. Bob saw the "No alcohol past this point" sign blast off the gate and came rocketing toward the cafe. A second later, both the rolling vehicle and mangled gate were slamming into the main entrance. The frame of the building shook with the impact. The double doors were blasted off the hinges and sent clattering to the floor. More glass shattered somewhere in the background. The Buick had rolled and slammed into the cafe while on its side before wobbling back and forth for a moment, before finally tipping backward and hitting the pavement with a boom that shook the ground. The roof collided with the pavement and instantly flattened. The mangled metal fencing clanged to the ground a few seconds later. Ah! Greta gave a primal shriek from behind Bob. Goddamn windows! The dumpster began to slowly roll backward, lazily twirling round and round as it did so. In the distance could be heard the faint but distinct sound of approaching sirens. All right, you goddamn trash monster, Boston George cried out to Bob's right. The deputy turned and watched in disbelief as George pulled out an entire bottle of moonshine from his trousers, as if he were a magician, and this was just some elaborate performance. Then, to Bob's further disbelief, he watched as George unscrewed the cap and began stuffing a handkerchief into the open top. George, what are you... The deputy's words were cut short as his attention was drawn to another deafening crash. The dumpster slammed into another car in front of East Bay Salon. Let me show you a city folk trick, you unholy bastard. Bob turned again to look at George, just as the man was stepping back out onto the patio. To his disbelief, he saw that he'd ignited the handkerchief and was drawing his arm back. Oh, Christ, he heard McDuff say. George, what are you... The deputy asked the half-repeated question once again, but his words were cut short as Boston George hurled the flaming bottle in the direction of the dumpster. Whether it was blind luck or that he'd been an accomplished pitcher at some point in his youth back in Boston, Bob did not know. But the makeshift Molotov cocktail flew nearly 7 yards and hit the erratically moving target right on the mark. Yeah! Greta cried in approval. That was flange, baby. Georgie blushed, despite himself. Bob gave a cursory thought to poor Christy Villaramarin, just as the flaming bottle of liquor disappeared behind the bloodstained walls. He assumed that she had to already be dead. At least he hoped she was, because a second later, there came the shattering of glass, followed by a small explosion of flames. It was as if every piece of garbage inside had been bone dry. Within seconds, the interior of the dumpster became a raging inferno, at least the top layer of trash had. God only knew what occupied the depths of the behemoth. Flames shot out into pyre, adding to the nightmarish quality of the thing. An unholy howl, one that all who were present would remember for the rest of their days, erupted from the bowels of the dumpster. Then the thing took off once again, this time rocketing straight down the street and moving east. Oh God, Bob thought. It's headed into town. Just then, the deputy caught a glimpse of how the thing propelled itself. Jutting out from the bottom of the dumpster were at least a dozen of the sickly yellow tentacles, each of them thicker and more muscular than the first one they'd seen. The tentacles were moving in a blurred frenzy, all of them swiping at the ground and tearing up small chunks of asphalt as they propelled the monstrosity down the road at unbelievable speed. The way they moved somehow reminded him of the frantic, spasmodic way a centipede's legs moved if the insect suddenly flipped onto its back. The thing continued to roar as it rocketed down, its unearthly howl echoing off the sides of the building, the sheer volume of the sound vibrating the windows of the glass that remained intact. For a moment, the four companions just stood there in the shattered remnants of Lux's entryway, watching the rapidly shrinking form of the dumpster as it continued to accelerate. Whatever passed for the thing's adrenaline had kicked in. The sounds of approaching sirens grew louder. Much to Bob's dismay, they were coming somewhere from the east. The crunching of a pair of shoes on broken glass drew everyone's attention to the door. It was Father John. He rounded the overturned Buick and greeted them with a smile. Bob looked at the priest incredulously. For all the horror that had so recently transpired, the man looked no worse for wear. He realized that he was still holding the cake in one hand. The bright pink frosting appeared to be completely unharmed. "My children," he began, "it is truly the Lord's will that has put us all here today, and I think that he would want us to see this adventure through." McDuff grunted in agreement. "I'm all for that," Greta exclaimed. "Let's kill the shit out of that thing." Father John cleared his throat at this, and Greta looked over at him, pushing a lock of curly red hair out of her eyes as she did so. "You know, I'd say I'm sorry, Father, but I'm not. That fucking monster messed up my new favorite bar. George added, his voice carrying with a tone of wrath. "Let's finish the fucker." Bob looked incredulously at the others, especially at Boston George. Until about 4 minutes ago, the man had been practically pissing himself. Now everyone was juiced all of a sudden. Bob looked around at the suddenly determined faces with confusion. Then his eyes were drawn to the cake in Father John's hand. The bright pink frosting was shining clearly through the container, practically glowing. This was insane. Go chasing after a 2-ton carnivorous dumpster that could move upwards of 50 miles per hour? "Are you all out of your mind?" He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing his position, realizing that this was his town. And there was a living nightmare headed straight into the heart of it. Bob nodded in affirmation. "Judging from the sounds of the sirens, I'd say someone's already called in the cavalry. And God help me if I ever walk around off-duty without my radio again. McDuff, go get your ammo out of the truck, if you could still get into it, that is," he added. "Miss Thompson?" "Greta," she said flatly. "Greta, then. Miss Greta. I like where George is headed with his Molotov cocktail idea. Would you mind if we borrow—" "On it." Greta cut him off. She turned and raced towards her bar. Boston George suddenly let out a hoot. "All right, let's do this," he exclaimed and took off running across the decimated patio. "I'll get old Lassie," he shouted. "Get what?" Bob asked, staring after the man in confusion. Gregory paused and looked back at him with an incredulous look on his face. "My car, Bob. My car. It's parked right around the corner." "You call your car Lassie?" he asked, even though time was of the essence. "Yes, Bob. Lassie's my baby." "Jesus, God, do you even know me?" And at that, he took off running. With everyone in motion, Bob turned his thoughts to the fact that he didn't have a weapon. He patted himself down frantically. The sound of clinking and clanking echoed throughout the bar as Greta presumably pulled down her higher-proof booze. Shit. All he had was his baton and mace. He slapped an open palm to his head. There came the sound of Lassie roaring to life somewhere down the street, followed by a screeching of tires. He'd forgotten his spare sidearm at home. It was a Beretta M9 that his mother had uncharacteristically gotten him as a Christmas gift last year. He almost always carried it on him. Not that 9mm rounds were going to be much use against a 2-ton dumpster from hell. "Could you perhaps put this to good use, my son?" Father John asked. Bob turned and gave a start. In one hand, the short, bald man still held the pink cake. In the other, he held Quimby's blood-spattered Mossberg 590. Bob stared at the little chubby man in disbelief. The priest beamed. "I figured it might come in handy, and that the unfortunate recently departed Deputy Quimby would have no objections to it being used as a tool to avenge his death. Father, I took the liberty of reloading the weapon for you, Officer Maxwell," Father John smiled. "Also, it appears that the late Deputy Quimby had been carrying a copious amount of ammunition on him." Father John held out the pump action. The sunlight reflecting off it seemed to cast a faint golden aura. Bob, hesitantly, though he didn't quite know why, took the weapon. The second his fingers touched the weapon, he felt a small jolt of static electricity. Then the priest reached into his garments and produced a box of shotgun shells. At this, the deputy's incredulity increased twofold, for in Father John's hand was an open box of Brennecke shotgun shells. Brennecke was top of the line, the closest thing to armor piercers that you could get for a shotgun in this day and age. They were damn expensive, too. What further perplexed the deputy was that he was almost 100% positive the late David Quimby kept his weapon loaded with the cheaper, standard 00 buckshot. And to have been carrying a box of 25 slugs, why in God's name would Quimby have had all that ammo on him? With these questions echoing through his mind, he accepted the bright orange box. Father John smiled up at him as he did so. Thank you, Father." The sound of screeching tires echoed in the shattered windows just as Greta was rounding the corner of the bar with a literal armload of bottles. "Let's go," Bob shouted, and everyone started for the door. 30 seconds later, they were practically flying down Surplus Street in the candy apple red BMW. The top was down, and they had to squint against the blowing wind as they sped along. Boston George at the wheel, the trees whizzed by in a blur. Bob was in the front, while Greta, McDuff, and Father John rode in the back. They passed Christmas Tree Way so fast he couldn't even make out the sign. George took the bend in the road ahead at death-defying 65. Bob realized that he was unconsciously stomping on the floor, as if he would magically find a brake pedal there. For the first minute, all they did was follow the trail of black smoke the flaming nightmare had left in its wake. Lassie took another turn with a speed and precision that would make Steve McQueen jealous. George does know what he's doing, the deputy realized. Just as the racing vehicle passed South Station Street, they hit the flooded section. Georgie remembered the water hazard only a second before they hit it. The BMW instantly began hydroplaning dangerously. George, much to Bob's relief, slowed down a fraction. The patch of water must have given the dumpster some trouble too, because just as they cleared the mini pond and hit asphalt again, the flaming behemoth came into view. It was racing over the wooden bridge of the Bluefish. For a second, Bob was sure that the bridge would collapse beneath the weight of the thing. Had it lingered upon the aging wood planks, it just may have. As it was, the thing was moving so fast that the bridge had remained upright. A split second later, Lassie was crossing the Bluefish and gaining on the speeding nightmare. Now that they were on a straightaway of sorts, Bob was sure they'd be able to catch up to the thing. But the billowing plume of smoke became blinding as they closed in. The wind from the dumpster's momentum only added to the strength of the fire. The flames leaped up high and bent backwards against the wind, and as they got closer, Bob could feel the heat rolling off the speeding nightmare caressing his face. Within the flames could be seen sickly yellow tentacles thrashing about madly, flinging pieces of trash high up into the air. Bob silently thanked God for how wet everything was as he watched some large, unidentifiable piece of flaming debris disappear into the shadows of the nearby forest. And that wasn't the only obstacle. The thick tentacles jutting out of the bottom of the dumpster were tearing up the concrete as they propelled the thing forward. The car swerved this way and that as it bounced and bumped along the ruined asphalt. "Holy Moses!" McDuff cried from the back seat. "Maybe we should just let it burn itself out." At this, Bob shook his head. "Who knows if the fire will be enough to kill it?" he asked. Then he turned to George. "Georgie!" he shouted over the wind. "Try and get up alongside the thing. Henry and I will try to shoot out the wheels." 10-4, Bob, Boston George shouted back, and took the BMW into the left lane. Fortunately, there was no oncoming traffic. Boston George put the pedal to the metal and Lassie's engine roared mightily. Now that they were out of the plume and away from the ruined asphalt, the vehicle began to rapidly close the distance. When they were about 18 feet away, McDuff's Remington suddenly boomed deafeningly over Bob's head. The buckshot struck the lower right side of the speeding dumpster. There came a brief shower of sparks about 8 inches above the wheel, close but no cigar. Bob turned to find that the farmer had climbed to his feet, balancing precariously as he aimed his weapon. He fired again. Boom. Another shower of sparks. If the monstrosity knew it was being attacked, it gave no sign that it cared. "Hold up, Henry," Bob shouted over his shoulder. "Let's get a little closer first." "All right," Henry shouted back as he bent to the task of reloading. "Here, use these," Bob said, passing the open box of Brennicky to the back seat. "They've got a way better chance of doing some damage." McDuff's eyes widened. He gingerly took a handful of the slugs and placed them in one of his pockets of his blue jeans. "And how they do," McDuff explained. "Where'd you get these?" Bob nodded to Father John just as McDuff finished reloading. He snapped the Remington back into place. The farmer looked down at the smiling priest in disbelief. The next few seconds saw Lassie and her stuntman driver managing to nearly pull up alongside the dumpster. The thing was no more than a half-dozen feet ahead. At this distance, Bob had a chance to get a good look at the flaming horror, and for a few seconds that seemed to stretch out for an eternity, he stared at it in all its rusty, blood-stained glory. The flailing, bile-colored tentacles, thick with corded muscle that looked like they could crush the life out of a buffalo. He saw one of the tentacles below the frame of the dumpster smack the ground. As it pushed off the street, adding to the momentum of the thing, he saw a few sizable chunks of asphalt get torn off and up into the air. There were rows of bone? Cartilage? He couldn't even begin to guess what they were made of. There were these rows of triangular-shaped objects that lined the bottoms of the tentacles at any rate. They looked sharp and incredibly strong. Considering what they were currently doing to Surplus Street, Bob shuddered at the thought of what it must feel like to be dragged deep down into the stinking darkness of the trash by those things. Suddenly, a flaming bottle of liquor went flying over his head, snapping him out of his trance. Greta stood up in the back seat and hurled the Molotov cocktail at the corroded beast. How she'd managed to get the thing lit amidst the howling wind, he had no idea. The bottle burst just on the lip of the bloody frame, exploding on impact and adding to the inferno. "Yeah, motherfucker!" she exclaimed, pleased with the damage she'd done. The action startled George as well. He reflexively jerked the wheel to the left. The car swerved back and forth perilously for a few seconds. Finally, the BMW straightened back out as George regained control of the vehicle. "Jesus, woman," Bob said breathlessly, turning back to look at Greta. At that moment, she looked like something out of a comic book. Her blue and white dress billowing madly in the wind. Her curly red hair was flying all around her face. "What?" she answered back in an irritated voice. In those green eyes, Bob saw a madness that made him turn back around in his seat. He instead busied himself with preparing his attack on the metal monstrosity. The deputy propped himself up on one knee as best as he could, leaning into the seat for balance. "All right, Henry," he shouted. "Let's do this." Henry said something he couldn't quite make out. Georgie took Lassie as close to the dumpster as he dared. Both men aimed, and that was about as far as they got. For a second later, the flashing lights of an ambulance turning off of Washington Street suddenly appeared up ahead. 2 police cruisers followed the ambulance. Georgie hit the brakes. The wheels of the BMW locked up and Bob flew forward, smashing the side of his face on the windshield as Lassie's tires cried out in protest. The 3 oncoming vehicles swerved erratically to avoid the flaming behemoth. One of the cruisers went off the side of the road. The dumpster whizzed by the other 2, missing the ambulance by mere inches. Then the worst happened. A half second before the dumpster crossed Washington Street, a fire truck came racing around the corner. The dumpster, which had been veering slightly to the left, T-boned the emergency vehicle almost dead center. Glass shattered. Metal bent and shrieked. Flaming garbage erupted into the air. Upon impact, 3 of the fire truck's wheels were blown off the frame and sent bouncing down the road. Bob saw all this as Lassie skidded across the asphalt, nearly turning completely parallel to her original position. The dumpster bounced off the emergency vehicle and rolled back lazily. Whatever was inside, seemingly dazed from the impact. Lassie finally skidded to a halt. Firemen stumbled out of the ruined fire truck in a daze. Water shot out from the broken water tanks. For a moment, the men just stood there watching dumbfounded as the dumpster slowly spun around as flailing tentacles hurled out flaming pieces of trash. Then, almost as one, the men snapped out of the trance, springing into actions that had been drilled into them. A man unhooked a hose from the disabled truck. 2 others joined him, and together they began running for the nearby fire hydrant. As one, everyone leaped out of Lassie and began running towards the fire truck. Greta was already attempting to light another Molotov cocktail as she ran forward. "Don't put it out!" they were shouting. Flaming trash of assorted size fell out of the sky. The firefighters looked on the small group with perplexed expressions. They only stopped when they saw McDuff's Remington and Bob's uniform. "Don't put it out?" A frazzled-looking firefighter with the name Gacy emblazoned on his uniform stepped up to the approaching group. "What the hell are you—" His words were cut short as a loud roar shook the very air around them. Everyone turned to see the dumpster rocketing backwards. The beast within seemingly had regained its senses. It slammed into a telephone pole, snapping the wood like a toothpick. Slowly, it fell over, the upper half landing on the roof of the fire truck with a loud crash. A second later, the power lines fell into the street and the rapidly growing water pool from the leaking tanks. Two of the firefighters standing in the water realized the danger too late, and Bob watched their demise with a mixture of disbelief and horror. For a brief second, the deputy swore he saw the two men's skeletons light beneath their skin, outlined in electric blue light for one blinding instant. A second later, they were no more than blackened husks smoldering in the shallow water. Everyone ran in a blind panic from the spreading pool. McDuff was the first to reach the relative safety of the sidewalk. He turned and unloaded both rounds of his Remington into the dumpster. Bob quickly followed suit. A few others joined their shots. The cops, who had been in the squad cars instinctively following the actions of their fellow police officer. Amidst the shower of sparks, Bob knew that at least one of the rounds had penetrated the rusty metal hide. For a second later, the dumpster jerked like an animal being shot. It roared again, but Bob was reasonably sure that he was partially deaf now, because the volume of the sound wasn't as painful as before. The dumpster took off once again, this time south down Washington. A split second later, Lassie was roaring up to Bob and McDuff, Boston George behind the wheel and Greta riding shotgun. Bob wasn't sure when the two had run back to the car, but Father John and his pink cake were nowhere to be seen. Wordlessly, the pair leapt into the back and the BMW took off. As Bob reloaded, he saw his fellow officers running back towards their vehicles, but he didn't have time to see how long it took them to get their squad cars moving. His attention was focused on the task at hand. The task at hand? What exactly was he doing? Did he just allow a group of citizens to help him chase down a literal monster? Is that something a roller should do? Bob suddenly found himself doubting his actions. How had he been convinced to go about this the way he had? Father John? Had a priest really so easily riled them up? He turned to look at George. Boston George had learned from previous pursuit of the beast. He kept Lassie to the things right, avoiding the paths of ruined asphalt that he knew would be there. They caught up to it by the time the thing was passing Jocelyn Avenue. Bob and McDuff both took shots at the wheels, but only succeeded in further damaging the rusty beast's hide. The dumpster seemingly took no notice of them as it flew down the road, pushing 60. Then, unexpectedly, the thing suddenly took a hard left onto Wadesworth Lane, bouncing off the side of Eagle's Nest Grocer as it did. George, for all his driving skills, could not take the turn quite so well. He stomped on the brakes as he spun the wheel. The car slid, mimicking the motions of the dumpster. Lassie struck the side of the Eagle's Nest but managed to maintain her forward momentum. "Lassie!" George cried out in horror. "Where the hell's it going?" McDuff shouted over the wind. His voice had lost its determined timbre. Bob already thought that he knew the answer to that. After all, about a mile up the road was Eagle's Nest Bay. But first there was a hill to climb, not that the dumpster seemed to care. It looked like it was picking up speed as it went up the slope. It was a steep one, steep and tall, offering up a beautiful view of the bay below, a favorite for fitness freaks. Fortunately, none of them were currently jogging or cycling up it. No, wait. There was someone on the sidewalk. Bob couldn't tell who it was at this distance. Whoever it was paused and stared at the flaming dumpster for a moment, then spun on their heels and began to run away from the street, kicking rocks as fast as they could across the unused field to the left. The dumpster seemed to have no appetite at the moment as it rocketed up the hill, and thank God for that, because it surely could have easily caught the would-be jogger if it had wanted. "Bob, what are we doing?" George asked in a voice that sounded much more like Boston George than the superhero persona he'd put on for a few minutes. Bob turned. Much like McDuff, the man had lost that steely edge. It was as if scraping his beloved BMW against the side of Eagle's Nest Grocer had sobered him up. However, he was still keeping the pedal to the metal. "Just back off a bit," he heard himself saying. It was as if his reasoning abilities were returning to him one by one. George did just that. No one offered any objections as he eased off the gas slightly, putting about 30 feet between themselves and the beast. They watched in awe as it reached the crest of the hill and launched itself over the other side, soaring through the air like the General Lee. For a moment, time seemed to slow down. And in that brief time lapse, Bob took it all in. The roaring flames, the billowing plume of black smoke. The monstrous tentacles jutted out of the bottom of the rusty frame. Any second now, he was going to wake up. He was sure of it. This all had to be a dream. It had to be. After all, he'd scored a date with Mary Barbadino, which, in retrospect, had been a sure sign that this was all in his head. Then the dumpster slammed into the ground on the other side with another deafening kaboom. The impact was so strong that it shook the car. And at that moment, Bob knew that all of this had to be real, for nothing can sound that loud in a dream. Now, on the downward slope of the steep hill, the dumpster began picking up speed. The tentacles hardly had to do any work at all, as it flew down the hill toward the bay, putting more distance between them. Jesus, Greta said breathlessly from the front passenger seat. The smoking thing became a blur of speed and flickering flame as it rolled downward. The thing's sheer weight in combination with the wheels allowing it to accelerate to incredible speed. It cleared the remaining distance between itself and the entrance to the bay in a heartbeat, smashing through the gate like paper mache. Thankfully, there was no heavy equipment in its path, and as they rolled downhill, they could see the dock workers scattering. Bob honestly couldn't tell if the dumpster had hit anyone on account of the goddamn plume of smoke. By the time Lassie was crossing over the ruined fence, the dumpster had reached the edge of the land. It rolled across the dock, which was a far more sturdy construction than the bridge over Bluefish. Then, it went off the edge before soaring out over the water. The unbelievable momentum the monstrosity had gained on its mad race down the hill caused it to launch more than 20 feet out over the water before the rusty wheels touched the surface. Then, as if to further defy reality, the dumpster skipped across the water like a stone, bouncing once, twice. Then on the third time, it hit the water, physics finally kicked in, and it went tumbling. Flaming trash exploded outward in an awe-striking display as the dumpster flipped end over end. Bob couldn't be sure. Between the flames and the white spray of water, he could swear that he saw the dark outline of some massive thing fall out. A second later, the dumpster lost all its momentum and sank like a stone, a 2-ton stone, that is. A great plume of bubbles and roiling water rising in its place. The group pulled up close to the dock and got out. Behind them came the sounds of men shouting, and behind that were the sounds of rapidly approaching sirens. The 4 companions just stood there in silence for a while, staring out over the water. The afternoon sky was reaching its zenith, casting the bay in its golden light. It looked picturesque, though Bob guessed that it would be a long time before anyone went swimming in the bay again. "Amazing work, Deputy!" Father John's words startled Bob out of his trance. He turned to see the priest rapidly approaching with several police officers and other emergency responders. Bob noticed that the little man no longer had his pink cape. "You got here awful fast," he heard himself saying, an accusatory tone in his voice, though he didn't know why. At this, the priest quirked an eyebrow, then let out a laugh and clapped one hand on the deputy's shoulder, having to reach upwards to do so. "Your actions and quick thinking harried the beast from this land," Father John said, addressing the 4 companions. "Had it not been for your bravery, I am sure that this foul creature would have surely done more damage." The deputy just looked at the little man. He felt like he was seeing the priest in a new light. That smile that seemed perpetually plastered to the chubby man's face suddenly appeared more forced than genuine. It was as if... "Officer Maxwell!" Bob turned to see Lieutenant Ryan George, who he guessed was now the current ranking commanding officer, fast approaching. "What the hell happened here? Where's the sheriff?" The line of questioning was not intended to be intimidating. There was a panic in Lieutenant George's voice. He was not a man used to being in charge. Bob began to explain all the events leading up to the docks. He told him about Sheriff Copper being eaten, and about the chase down Surplus Street and then Washington. As he spoke, Bob watched Father John slink off out of sight. Slink? No, that wasn't the right word for it. For all their brief encounters, and by all accounts, Father John was a pleasant man, known for his charity work and volunteering at the local soup kitchen.
Chilling tales for dark nights.